try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life matter is the cry we sing for the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm, calling out corruption. We'll stand tall for justice and truth. We'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Hello, greetings. Good evening, social change warriors, justice seekers, and true crime advocates for fighting for justice and standing for victims of homicide who have no justice. We welcome you back to another Friday Night Lies. I'm your host and founder of Social Change Warriors, Catherine Felton Page, and I'm glad to be back again on another Friday night. We have been going strong since January, and I'm so happy to have all of you along with us for the ride on Friday nights, where we were recapping the Karen Read Trial 1 and preparing for Karen Read Trial 2, and then recapping Karen Read Trial 2. So that was going on from January all the way through till the end of the trial at the end of June. And since then, we've been following the aftermath of all the different lawsuits and interesting, well, for lack of a better way to put it, really wacky stuff that's been going on in Massachusetts. We have our resident Bostonian, Julie, who has been live streaming with us now since February as my guest permanent co-host on Friday Night Lies, and we're so happy to have her, and she'll be joining us here any minute. And thank you to all of you that have been joining me live on Fridays. I really appreciate your company. I appreciate your feedback in the live chat area, our friend zone. You always have so much interesting things to say and contributions to make to our discussion, and that's really what we're here to do. We're here to discuss what's going on in the world of true crime, primarily in Massachusetts on Friday nights, but we also give you updates on the other cases that we've been been following and that we're advocating for the victims and working with many of their families to help them advocate the best that we can, keeping their names out there in the public as much as possible. Most of these cases do not get the mainstream media. So they need us. They need our help. The families need our help to keep talking about their loved one who does not have justice yet. And they're no longer with them because they passed away at the hands of someone else. And as we all know, that is evil and criminal and wrong. And so we're here to advocate for people who no longer get to be here, and we get to help be a voice for them and their families. So I really appreciate all of you being here with us and advocating with us, because we're doing this as a volunteer organization. We do not get paid to do this. We appreciate you all so much for any of the small contributions you've chosen to make, for joining us as a member, and anything you've done on my Cash App or my Venmo has all gone to keeping our program going. So we're using those in-kind donations to help pay for the YouTube and the Twitter and the Facebook, anything we have to, well, Facebook, we haven't had to pay anything for, but YouTube, Twitter, and StreamYard. So we don't have any extra left over from that. In fact, most of the time I'm still contributing 90% of that, but I thank you, because those of you that have helped out with $1 here, $2 there, it really means something. And it shows that you care about the victims that we're advocating for. So thank you so, so much. So Julie's here. I'm going to bring her up to the platform. We have a loaded night for you guys tonight. So get your wine, your beer. Hello, Julie, your Diet Cokes. I have my half sweet tea, half regular tea here, my guilty pleasure of the night. And it's going to be wild tonight. We have so many things to update you on, from California to Colorado to Florida to Massachusetts. It's Wisconsin. We have so much. So where we start, right, Julie? That's always interesting. So welcome, Julie. How are you tonight?
Very hot and humid here, and
yes.
I don't like it, but it's better than snow, so I'll take it. So I might have to go inside halfway through and sit and claw my ass in front of the not the refrigerator, the air conditioner, but we'll see. I'm in a tank top. It's nice. I can't complain. Beggars can't be choosers. It was nicer last week.
In my tropicals here tonight, Jules, because we're dealing with tropical storms. It's been raining a lot here off and on as usual, and we've got 2 big hurricanes out there in the Atlantic Ocean right now, causing major problems for our beaches with riptides. I'll tell you guys a little bit about that in a little bit, because weather is always interesting and it affects all of us everywhere, no matter where we are. Weather is bipartisan. We can always talk about the weather if there's nothing else we can agree on. We can agree on how important it is to stay safe from dangerous weather conditions. And there was lots of crazy tornadoes out east this week and in the eastern half of the state, and wicked winds and flooding, and it's just been kind of crazy. So Julie will be right back with us. Let me just bring up real quickly here. Just want to remind you all that we are Friday Night Lives. We are here to live stream every Friday night to talk about the aftermath of the Karen Read trial and the untimely and tragic death of John O'Keefe. And we are here also to continue to advocate for John O'Keefe. His case has not been solved. We believe Karen Read is free because she did not do the crime that they accused her of. And a jury agreed with most of the country, 85% of the country in the recent polls in June, were that she would not be convicted of running him over with her car, that was mathematically, scientifically, statistically, and then toss in all the lies that we covered on Friday Night Live since January, impossible for her to have done that. So who did kill John O'Keefe? And so we're continuing to advocate for him. He is on our advocacy list now, as he always has been from the beginning, because his case is unsolved and he and his family deserve justice. So the Fockery Department, please hold, has been quite busy for the past 4 years. There have been so many cases involving lies, deception, police malfeasance, dirty cops, dirty government, that you can barely ever keep up with it all. There's just, it's too much, and it's constant. So we always have content for you on Friday nights. I don't foresee a Friday night that we would ever not have content, because every week something new comes up with either a case we're already advocating for the victim, or one that we didn't even know about that we found out about because people are kind enough to contact me and let me know about things that have happened to their family members or cases that they were involved with in the past or even now. We have a new case to us, which is a very old cold case that I am now in touch with the family and the actual original forensic investigator from a 1981 cold case involving the homicide of Linda Cope. A young mother, and her life was taken from her way, way too early by the hands of someone else, and it was never solved. There was never enough evidence back in the 80s, not enough physical evidence to arrest anyone. So we're going to be inviting them to join us in a couple weeks. You'll be meeting Kelly, the stepdaughter of the perpetrator who we believe actually unalived Linda Cope, and you'll be meeting possibly the daughter of Linda Cope, and you'll be meeting Rita, the forensic investigator who worked the case. She knows the case backward and forward. She knows the case number. She knows everything about the case, and she's approaching, I believe, her 80th birthday. And she's been retired for many years, but she has never forgotten about this case and the importance that it was to her and her coworkers in South Carolina in 1981. So I'll be really honored to have them all as a guest here on Social Change Warriors in the next couple weeks to tell you about Linda Cope and what a tragedy and how she lost her life. So I'll be bringing that all to you in the next couple weeks. All right. So what we have on tap tonight is a lot. So there's so much. We have over 120 slides in our library right now of what we've covered from August and September. This is officially our last Friday Night Lives in September. So we'll start, I typically keep a case deck that goes 2 months long, and then I start a new one. So this will be the last slides that you'll see in this case deck. And like I said, we've had a lot of info to cover with you, and we'll have plenty more going forward. So again, I'm Catherine Felton Page, your host and founder of Social Change Warriors. We are an advocacy channel. We advocate for victims of unsolved crimes and cold cases and missing persons. And Julie is my Friday night permanent guest co-host from Boston who keeps us up to date on everything to do with Massachusetts. I work on the Florida cases and some Wisconsin, and then we get calls from other families, members from other parts of the country where we all work, we help advocate for them as well in different states. So we're not just in one state. Julie, so how have you been this week? Kind of want to give us a quick little overview of what we're going to talk about Massachusetts wise tonight?
Yeah, I mean, there's. Oh, am I up? Oh, there I am. There. Yeah, I mean, we're live. I mean, we say live, and we hit the live button, and whatever happens.
Exactly.
And because I'm on my porch, I get to see what's actually happening in the neighborhood. Apparently, there's a rabid skunk, so we're gonna see. Yeah.
Well, I have a little tiny fly going around my screen right now that's going to drive me bonkers, but I won't pull an Aiden. I won't pull a turtle boy and have a massive meltdown on live.
Oh, and try to gouge your eyeball out when
I'll try to keep my He always cracks me up when he has any type of a glitch with the computer or with his green screen or something is not right. And he loses his mind for like 5 minutes and everybody in his enormous chat gets to watch him lose his mind. I find it actually, I sometimes I wonder if it's all part of his shtick because it keeps the audience alive and
trigger, then maybe.
It keeps the eyes alive with their toes. So I can promise you, I will not lose my shit over a fly, but it is quite annoying. I'm going to try to get him to go away, fly. He's just right there across our screen, Julie, but I'll try to make him go away in a calm manner and not upset our live audience too much. So,
You're good.
Yeah. Thanks again. Go ahead, Julie.
Well, yeah. So I mean, there's a whole bunch of shit that happened this week. I mean, just from the last week with the Rowan Coe and the Brian Walsh stuff, where his interlocutory appeal was dead on arrival, basically, where they said absolutely not. There's this won't even go forward. We're going to trial October 20th, and then more stuff happened yesterday where the Brian Walsh team got more upset than Attorney Rosemary Scapiccio, and she got very, very, very upset. I watched it again, and it's interesting to see. So there's that. That's still going forward. There's then this week, Monday, we had the Karen Reed civil trial and the quote-unquote big announcement, which is that they're, I guess, intending to sue. Maybe they might sue. Who knows? But what was more interesting was what came out from the O'Keefe side of how they plan on going to it, and then to see all the lawyers try to get a read on what exactly happened. Then there's the turtle stuff with what happened with Lindsay and what's happening with the Attorney General and going from there. Then the Ronco stuff yesterday. Then the stuff with Sandra Birchmore's case and Josh Heel.
Yeah.
Where that's getting it. Then there's the federal grand jury stuff that's going to happen next Thursday. But more stuff came out, and that was very interesting, and that's going to hurt Massachusetts even more. And then bad news that is not confirmed with the Essex County DA yet, but inside sources say that there's not pleasant news in Haverhill. So whole bunch of stuff going on.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's rough. So let's start out with that. We don't have anything confirmed, everyone. So we're going to tell you that this is allegedly. So let me get to my, and thank you again for joining us. I just wanted to show you all, someone asked me about this months ago, and they asked me to have any pictures of me in uniform. Well, I have them somewhere. They're at my mom's house. I have a bunch of photo albums at my mom's house. But I have this one here on my desk. And
it's a nice picture.
Thank you. This is the day I graduated from the police academy. I'd already been hired and working for UWPD. While you're at the police academy, if you've already been hired, you're working. So you wear your uniform to the police academy and you're considered on duty because you are at the police academy getting further training from your college training that they hired you on. So I had spent time in the police academy. I think it was 6 months. I'm trying to remember how long we were in there. At least 6 months. January, I think I finished up in May or June. I had to go back because I broke my leg playing hockey with my sons at Tenney Park, a beautiful hockey rink. So I had to go back and finish some of my defense and arrest tactics training before I could officially get my certificate. But I did get to graduate with my class in May of 1998. So these are my sons, Zach and Chris. Zach's the oldest, taller one there, and they're both the same height now. They're both 6'1". But this was them at my graduation. And I wanted to put this up because those who want to be a police officer when you're a female, it's tricky stuff. First of all, it's still not common. There's way more male officers than there are female, much more now, obviously, than in 98 when I was, or than in 70 when Rita, the forensic investigator that you're all going to meet in a couple of weeks, who worked the case, the cold case, well, now a cold case, but she worked the Linda Cope homicide in South Carolina. And it's a pretty grisly homicide. I'm going to give you all trigger warnings on that one. And Rita has inside and out information. She led the investigation as the forensic investigator. And she's an amazing lady. You're going to really enjoy meeting her, hearing about what her career was like as a police officer, investigator back in the 70s when it was very rare for a woman to be a police officer. And so I think you will enjoy meeting her and hearing her journey. But it's very, it can be very daunting when you're considering it. And I'm going to say this to you because people in my circle didn't want me to do it. My grandfather didn't want me to do it. He sat me down and had a daughter talk. My mom, my sister, nobody that loved me wanted me to become a cop. And most of my friends were utterly stunned because I had just been working at a TV station and I was at a newspaper for a while. I was doing a bunch of different gigs after I graduated with my journalism degree when I was 32 and 97 or however old I was, 32, 33. But it was just nothing I'd ever really talked to anybody about because I always kept it to myself because I thought it was kind of a taboo subject to tell people that I wanted to be a police officer because I was a woman and I was a mother. And it was just not something that women and mothers did very much, even in 98, believe it or not. And I didn't talk about it a lot. I mentioned it off and on when I was in high school to my parents that I really thought maybe someday I either wanted to go into the army or like my grandpa, or I wanted to be a police officer, but I didn't act on it. I got married, I had children, went back to college. And then lo and behold, when I finished college, I just thought, you know what, this is my last shot. I'm like 33 years old. If I don't do it now, I'll be too old. I won't get to do it. At least I can say I tried to fulfill my dream, even if I don't make it. So I tried with the Madison Police Department first, and I got cut in the last round. I couldn't run a mile in the time that they asked. I'd run track. I was an athlete, but gosh dang it all, I couldn't run that mile in the exact number of minutes they wanted me to run it. And that's how vigorous it is to get hired by most police departments. You have to meet every little single thing they ask of you, or you don't get hired. Even if you excel at everything else, 9 out of 10 things, if you don't run that mile, or you don't lift a certain amount of weight, or you don't pass your psychological, or you don't do this or that, the other. So the only thing I didn't meet to be a City of Madison police officer was the dang mile. So I was going to say, okay, I'll call it a day. And then I met the chief of police from the UW Police Department. I was actually on an assignment for a magazine I was writing for the W Club, and I was on an assignment covering a UW women's softball game. So I was there, and I needed to white balance my camera of all the things. And I saw the chief, and I had met her before because I worked at the UW at the athletic department. So I had met her before. I knew who she was. I introduced myself again, said, hey, I'm doing a story on the women's team, and I need to, take some video. Could I white balance my camera with you? And she said, of course. How have you been? And chat. Well, lo and behold, I ended up telling her that I'd always wanted to be a cop, but I didn't get hired by Madison because I couldn't run the mile. We chatted. She said, come see me. I want you to apply. And that's how it all went down. And this is just a story to tell all of you that you never know where life's going to take you. 1 minute you might be 100% ahead, steamrolling ahead to one direction, and then something can happen and everything can change on a dime. So my whole life changed on a dime that day. I ended up applying and getting hired by the UW Police Department, and I loved it. It was a great career it was short for me, only 7 years. I got injured in the line of duty, and it is what it is. But I loved it, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. But what I don't love and what I didn't love is how disrespected female officers are treated at times, and by not only their coworkers, but by the public. And so it's very hard, and it gets in your head, and it can be very mentally draining to constantly remind yourself that I'm just as good as, I'm a good cop, I do a good job, I know what I'm doing. It can be very difficult. So when I heard about what happened today, that there might have been an unaliving of themselves of a female police officer who was, and I'm going to let Julie tell you about it because she's the one who told me about it. So I'm going to let her tell you about it. But it hurt my soul because there were apparently a lot of negative comments already out there. And this hasn't even been verified by anybody yet. And people are already on social media spewing hate towards female police officers, which is just, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I don't get how people can go so nasty and turn so nasty on people just because they can on social media. It still hurts my heart to this day what I see on social media on any given day when I'm trying to keep up with the Joneses and keep up what's going on Twitter with all these cases and announcements and all the stuff I have to weed through just to get to the good stuff is tough. And then when I see all these negative comments, and there were lots of them when Kelly Dever was, didn't do what we needed her to do in the Kieran Reed trial. Yes, she made a mistake. I truly believe she did. I think she was under tremendous pressure. But then to have the comments go out as a whole, generalized, that all women cops suck and that women shouldn't be cops by men on the internet, it's really hurtful. And it's hard to believe, Julie, that that's happening in 2025.
Yeah, I can't stand this. I mean, I saw what happened. And I mean, it's unconfirmed by the Essex County DA. This happened in Haverhill, which is part of Essex County. But I'll show you. This came out on the Merrimack Valley. If you could share my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Hold a second here. This
came out on the Merrimack Valley. It's called The Stringer. I don't know if it's a website that's updated by locals or if it's like independent journalism or somebody. But I saw James Jackson and JFK had this earlier today. They were going over it, and can't see. Can I zoom in on this at all? Let's see. Whoop! Don't touch that like
you
that.
You might be able to. Let me
hang on. See, you cannot touch me like that. That's assault.
That's assault. Oh my God!
You cannot touch me like that. Oh, crap. Okay. All right. Well, that's all right. I'll read it, and we can, because there's an address in this. And again, nobody go to anybody's homes. Nobody do any of this. It's unconfirmed by the Essex County DA, but again, James Jackson, JFK, those guys have spoken to people on the ground who are related to Francis Gigalotti, the man who passed away in July 11th. And 7 officers from that day were put on paid leave to figure out what was going on, and they just charged somebody. It turns out he's out on bail right now, but they charged someone. And this morning the reports are, we'll read it here. So this is Haverhill 411, Merrimack Valley Stringer on September 26, 2025 at approximately 6:45, Haverhill Police and EMS reported to a scene to a report of a death. The victims being withheld. The cause and circumstance remain under investigation, and additional information will be released. Merrimack Valley. Oh, there it is. Merrimack Valley Stringer is an independent reporting outlet and is not affiliated with any police, fire, or EMS. They also had reports from. They had the police reports as well too. I'm sorry. They had the call for fire
Call for
rescue
service,
as well.
yeah. Call for service, yeah.
So the name's being withheld, but again, sources on the ground. So again, it's unofficial, but 7 officers with the Fred Stigalotti case were placed on administrative leave. Somebody was arrested, and is believed that one of the female officers took her own life, who was involved in that, and they were trying to figure out who it was. JFK has the person's name. I don't feel comfortable putting it out, but no, I mean, just the loss of life. Just knowing that, whether or not this was related, which looks like it might be, but whether it is or not, just to have something like that happen, and
it's an absolute shame. And Julie, I'm glad you saw that and you pay attention to that, because I did not see anything. You keep up with JFK, who keeps up with everything Boston like you do. And we won't announce any names I'm confirming it, because it's not in the media yet. We couldn't even Google it together, her and I, to find it. So we'll wait. We'll have updates next week on Friday Night Lives. But this is really sad. And I can't help but be concerned, because there was so much hate towards these officers when this happened. And obviously some of it was, was rightfully so, because I had Ed Byers on the show with us, Julie, and the 3 of us talked about.
You guys talked about it.
And you
were former cops.
Yes, Ed Byers is a former law enforcement officer out of Indiana, and of course I was a law enforcement officer, patrol officer in Wisconsin. We talked about mistakes that we think they made, but again, there is no perfect situation. There's no perfect call. Things go wrong, things happen, but there definitely were some mistakes made. But the social media was brutal on these officers, and really made some horrible comments, and terrible things were said about the officers. And as much as I think they made some mistakes, I think they could have gotten him into custody much sooner to prevent what happened. I don't think they did anything that was outrageous or on purpose. He was trying to enter buildings. He was trying to go into establishments. I think they were very concerned about the welfare of people inside these businesses, and not knowing exactly what was wrong with him, or if he had a weapon on him. There was no way to know that. They hadn't had a chance to search him at that point. Once they got him surrounded, there were mistakes made, and we talked about all that many weeks ago, with not getting him in custody sooner. They really had plenty of officers there where they should have been able to make a safe arrest of him, and not have him laying on the ground like that, surrounded by so many people, which is not good on optics at all, when there's people with phones and people taking videos nowadays. Not that cops aren't necessarily, that's not first and foremost in their minds, because what's first and foremost in their minds is protecting the community. So when they get a call like this, they're there to protect the community, and then they're there to make a safe arrest of the individual that's causing a disturbance, or causing a disturbance of the peace in the community. So the goal is that nobody gets hurt. The community goes home, the perpetrator gets taken to jail, arrested if need be, and the cops all go home. That's always the whole point of how a call ends, but that's not always how it goes, as we know. So I'm very sad. It hurts my heart that this person felt that she could no longer live with what happened that day, that there wasn't any way that she could have possibly explained their actions, maybe talk to the family, asked to speak to the family. I just don't understand it. It just hurts. It really hurts to hear that a fellow officer has ended their own life. If it's confirmed.
Just to kind of put it out there, because I've also heard this too. So number one, just the when this first happened, just the immediate response of, oh, of course there were female officers on scene. That's why this happened. This is why women should be cops. You know what? Why don't you go screw? But then to hear what happened today, which is like, oh, she must have a guilty conscience. She knows what she did. And then to hear the other side of it, which is, well, if she's doing this, she must feel responsible. And therefore, we're going to wash our hands of this and say, yep, she was the one, she screwed up, and therefore, she couldn't live with it. Well, we don't know what was going on upstairs, but that's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. No matter how terrible things get, the sun will always rise, the sun will always set, always have, the sun will be out, it'll be rain, it'll blow, whatever, but the next day is going to come. So just remember that it's a permanent solution to something that can be fixed. No matter how big it is, it can be fixed. But to hear the crap that came out so soon, and I get it, it's on all sides, like, oh, well, screw them. They unalive this person and they deserve this.
Right.
Like, no, it's a shit circumstance for everybody involved, and this should have never ever happened. Now again, they're home,
absolutely,
and with their thoughts this whole entire time. We don't know what was going on, but just like the good part is that when James Jackson was on earlier, he had on a relative of I think it was Francis Giglotti's cousin, and she said, we don't know what's going on with these officers. And she and James Jackson were talking about, like, we don't know what's going on with officers in general, but with female officers even more, because they have to be even tougher and they get it even harder. And that's what you were talking about, saying like, hey, you have to be like, twice as perfect, and with, half the, pay, and you get, the shit end of the stick basically. And like, you basically have to like suck it up, buttercup, because we're going. So it's even worse. So, and then something like this happens, and the first, it's like, well, that's why women shouldn't do anything. Well, what about every other time that something like this happens? Who's involved? Dogs?
Exactly. And I remember one of I remember one of Aiden's shows where they were talking about Dever, and he's made some comment about how this is why women didn't have the right to vote until such and such. I was a little taken aback by that. I wasn't there during the live stream, but I did write a comment on the replay. I mean, when you're a live streamer, you have a huge responsibility. You have a huge responsibility to make sure you think about what you say before it comes out of your mouth to the best of your ability. Now, Julie and I get worked up on Friday nights. You guys know, sometimes we swear, sometimes we yell back and forth.
That's why I got the disclaimer.
But sometimes it's like The View, and we go back and forth, and we're excited and we're upset, and we're just upset about the situation, upset about the person who's been unalived and has no justice, and our voices go up and we get anxious. But at the end of the day, Julie and I respect each other, and we talk about these live streams before we have them. We discuss what we're going to talk about. We try to share the agenda. We run things by each other to the best of our ability. Sometimes I go rogue, but I try not to. And I apologize, Julie, for the times I have, but sometimes I get overexcited and I'll go rogue and just bring up something because it was in the back of my mind. But most of the time, Julie and I are respectful, and we're very careful about what we say and how we say it, because we are not a comedy show. We are not here to entertain you per se. We are here to advocate with you for people that have been murdered, that are YouTube M word, that are no longer murdered, and they're no longer here because someone else decided that. Someone else took their life with their own hands against that person to unalive them, and their families are suffering. So we are an advocacy channel. We are not an entertainment channel. We are not a comedy channel. We are not a satire channel. We are not a parody channel. That's what we do here. So I can understand, because his channel is parody and is different. Well, not parody, but satire, and is different than a lot of channels are.
A lot of things.
Right. Things go on there that necessarily wouldn't make me happy. But I don't really think that comment about women and the right to vote was a joke. I mean, I didn't take it that way. It didn't come across
that way. He said it a bunch of times.
Yeah, many people in the audience. Yeah, many people in his audience chimed right in. I don't get it. Like, what in the world?
Even the women too. Shame on them.
And this, this whole thing about not liking a woman if she claims to be a feminist. Do you even understand what that means? Do you understand what a feminist is? Do you understand that we want equal pay for equal jobs and equal opportunities for education and for employment, and to raise the corporate ladder, regardless if we're a mother or we're pregnant and we have to take a maternity leave? I mean, I don't think most of you that are so against feminism really understand what feminism is. Maybe you could just do your work a little bit before you rip on all of us and want to KILL us, because I saw some comments in the last couple of weeks on social media about liberal women and people saying they should all DIE. And it's hateful out there, people. If you don't understand how hateful it is, then you're not paying attention. So it's very hateful out there. So women police officers, women firefighters definitely have a very hard road to toe, because a lot of people just do not respect their choice to do what is normally done by a man. So that kind of puts you at an advantage right away. But there's also advantages, because you can set the tone for other little girls who want to become firefighters and police officers. You can set the tone for that, or FBI agents, or DI agents, or CIA, whatever, anything in law enforcement, anything in firefighting. You can set the tone for that, and you can be a role model to other little girls in this country that little girls don't always have to do what you say. And it's the same with men. So many years, men weren't going into nursing. Why? Because we made it a woman's job. We made it out to be a lesser than job. We did not give nursing the credit that it so deserves. It's such an incredibly hard occupation. They work long shifts, just like police and fire, and they deal with death every day. And not many people are cut out for that. Trust me, you're not. You may not be. And I don't know that I would be cut out for nursing. It's a different role than policing. Even though I can possibly deal with death every day, I don't. And nurses do. They almost do. Nurses in hospitals deal with it almost every day. Nurses in an EMS wagon, EMS people. I'm telling you guys that the reason why men didn't go to nursing is because it wasn't considered a guy's job. It was considered a lesser than job. It was for women. Well, thank goodness that went away. And now we have amazing male nurses that have joined the nursing forces. I've had some fantastic male nurses myself when I've been in the hospital for surgeries. But this is a problem that we still have in America, is that we're stereotyping jobs. We're stereotyping people into what they can and cannot do. And I hope when I'm long gone from here, that the planet will be different, that it'll be a much fairer planet where it's more equal for all women and all men of any color, race, situation to get a good job and to be able to keep your job and be treated fairly and equally. So there's my soapbox on that tonight. And that all came about because of very negative comments on Twitter and Facebook about Kelly Deaver and about Kelsey Fitzsimmons and about this officer that we believe may have taken her own life because of the Francis Gigolani, right? Did I say that?
Gigolani, yeah.
So these three women police officers, have been in the spotlight now, and so many negative, rude comments are all over the place on Twitter and Facebook, maybe Instagram. I'm not on there very much, but make it stop. And how you make it stop is you don't just write it off. I wore my grandmother's beautiful, they're like a light pink shade of pearls.
You got to clutch your pearls. You clutch your pearls.
I thought Nurse Kim's group, they're always clutching their pearls. So I had to think about that for me. I'm like, well, what the heck? What does that mean? Anyway, I know it's a kind of a new Urban Dictionary thing. So let me tell you.
Clutch your pearls? Old fashioned.
No, it's old. Yeah, it's old fashioned, like women swooning, but it was brought back is what I'm saying. I guess. Sorry, I misspoke. It's old school, but it was brought back recently in this generation. So to react with exaggerated shock or offense, often in a dramatic or an insincere way. And, if you ever watch Carol Burnett, when she used to do scenes and she played this famous movie star, Nora Desmond, and everything that Nora Desmond did was clutched her pearls. Everything was over exaggerated. Everything was more dramatic than it had to be. It's like you stub your toe and you're screaming and yelling and running around and calling for the ambulance. I mean, and there are people like that are very over, they over exaggerate everything. And that's
no, I don't believe it.
Here's your photo, Julie. So you knew that I knew it was old school. How do you? That's one of the girls. Yeah, I forgot if that's not Claudette Colbert. It's one of the famous movie stars from the 19th.
Oh, isn't that Gloria Swanson? No, that's not Gloria Swanson.
It might be. No, it might be. I looked it up and then I forgot.
I would know.
Anyway, she's clutching her pearls, and so it is very old school. But it was gone away for a long time, and then recently brought back. And of course, Nurse Kim and all of her lovies from her channel, which is she's just hysterical. Her comedic nature is so funny when she's covering true crime, she's funny. And I love how they all have their pearls. So I had to, in honor of Nurse Kim and how great she's done, she started live streaming literally almost within weeks that I did, I believe. But she has a huge following because she is part of the Free Karen Reed movement, and she lives in Boston, and she's freaking funny and she's hilarious. So she's got a huge crowd of Free Karen Reed supporters, and people came over from all the other channels that were following Karen Reed. And so if you've never watched her, she's very entertaining when she covers true crime. So
she also did stuff with Sandra Birchmore and his full name too. So that's kind of how she leaped into it.
She was big. Wasn't she on TikTok and had like a huge following? Yeah.
So
brought her TikTok over to YouTube is what she did.
Yes, so she was on TikTok, but she went on with a friend Dave Cullinane. She calls him Cully. That was on the Kurt
Oh
Minahan show,
yes,
and
yes.
that's
This
how
is
they got
Barstools,
involved.
right?
Yep. Well, yeah, is it Barstool? That's yeah.
Yes,
So that's how they
Barstool.
got their
Barstool Sports.
little
Yeah.
shtick going. And then she was like, "Hey, I'm funny. Let's go up." She went up with Sean. She went up with these guys. That
Oh,
was like,
she's
"Hey,
very
screw it.
funny.
Let's talk shit." She was, I think it was what it was like, talk shit Tuesday or something like that. And then she
Yeah.
started talking about like the blood alcohol. She started talking about the head wounds. I keep saying, keep talking about the head wounds because that's very telling. So,
yeah. Well, I just wanted to say that I find that interesting about the whole clutch pearls things, but there are things that do need a big response. We're not always clutching our pearls. So I wanted to show you this tribute that Boston did to officers who unalived themselves. And let me know if I have to put it up on screen. Hang on just a second. I'll have to remove the current.
I think you just have to blow it up.
Oh, where did it go? There. Well, how in the heck did that happen? Sometimes it does. Sometimes this thing does the craziest. Look at this.
I think you got to scroll down.
What the heck?
Uh-oh. Are we having technical difficulties?
Oh, StreamYard's been doing some funky stuff lately. I don't know if any other creators have had trouble with it.
Oh, yes, they have. Yeah. The last like 2 or 3 nights, OB tried to bring something up and it
know what's going on here. Like, I got to figure out how do I even get this back because I've never had it do anything this crazy.
Oh, now you're gone. Hello, everybody. Now it's a Julie show. Now we get to talk about whatever I want to talk about. We'll wait for Kat to come back.
I'm back. Yeah, I'm just messing around because I don't get what the heck just happened. I don't know where that went or why.
Is your screen frozen? Because OB, the last 3 times OB went up, her screen froze, and then she had to like go back out and come back in. I don't know how you do that when you're live, but she had to go back in. I'll come back in. She's like, you know what? And then she decided to talk all the trash about StreamYard, and then would. So.
Okay, we're back, but that was weird. I have no clue how that just happened. I'm going to be very careful. There's something funky going on. I may have to write to StreamYard and say, what the heck is happening? Help me out. Yes, Tanner, tell everybody what's happening. He's actually barking at the TV. I have the football game on over here. I was watching it before we came on. Florida State's playing Virginia. And
that's right. I forgot the
he barks at the screen sometimes. So, all right, let's try this again. I'm going to stare my screen. I'm going to hope that this doesn't go wonky again. I want to play this video for you.
Think you got to scroll down.
Yeah, I've got to scroll down to it. So stand by. There it is. Okay. So let's see if I can get it to come up.
More that was going on with him than he would let on.
6 years after her brother took his own life, a pandemic, demonstrations against police violence.
Reports from BPD headquarters where the department says
hit the big button
around
I'm trying to find it.
Officer Patrick Donovan died by suicide 6 years ago, says
now let me start it again.
6 years ago, says his sister Kate.
He was my best friend. He and I were the closest.
It's not letting me go back.
Siblings.
This is from 2020, right?
Stress
yes.
behind the badge weighed heavily on her brother.
When he needed help, he was afraid to ask for help. He didn't want to be stigmatized and lose his badge and his gun.
That stinging stigma about asking for help, showing weakness, that hits home with Police Commissioner William Gross.
I'm a 38-year veteran. I've been through many, many suicides. Before, no one wanted to talk about things. But guess what happens when you don't? You'll continue a pattern where no one's aware of the symptoms.
This bright new memorial wall honoring those who served bravely but sadly took their own lives, ensuring they will be remembered, a symbol for officers and their families.
It means a lot because there is a stigma attached to suicide, and we knew him, loved him, so we knew more that was going on with him than he would let on.
6 years after her brother took his own life, a pandemic, demonstrations against police violence toward people of color, and efforts to defund officers. That burden has only gotten heavier.
It's important that we do everything to try to destigmatize it so that police officers will be more willing to seek help.
Dr. David Mishulin, an MGH psychiatrist and expert on depression, says clashes with protesters and rioters may push officers toward treatment.
If these policemen were to get help for it before it gets too bad, this might lead to better outcomes and fewer of these violent incidents that have been occurring.
Inside of BPD headquarters, at that wall, there are also flyers with resources on them for police officers who are dealing with the stress of the job or personal life. In Boston, Evan White, Boston 25 News.
If you or a loved one is struggling, there is help. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is 1-800-273-8255. Again, that number, 1-800-273-8255.
So it's a very serious situation when you are there we go. When you're finding yourself like going down that hole of depression, and I am sure many of us have had moments where we have felt very depressed. It could be over a job, family situation, children issues, health. It's a very scary feeling when you're really noticing that you are depressed, but a lot of people don't really notice it. Just their behavior starts to change. Others notice it before they notice it. And that's when you get in that danger zone, this very dangerous zone. And it's hard to convince someone that you love that something is wrong with them, that you can see it, but they don't see it. So it's hard to get them to go into some type of therapy or counseling, which is really needed when you're at that really scary zone where you could go either way with wanting to be here anymore or not. A very good friend of mine from the olden days, I call it, first was my realtor and then we became friends. His brother was in and out of therapy for many years, and he was very successful musician. He had his own band. He had a good job, and he had a family who loved him. And it was it's that chemical imbalance. There was nothing in his life that was really causing the depression. When there's a chemical imbalance, you have to get it treated. It will not go away on its own. You have to get some treatment. Sometimes when you can level it off, then you can wean off of medications that aid you with depression. And then you can use cognitive behavioral therapy and exercise and other things. But when you're in it, and you're in it in this deep, dark gray space, you really do need the help of a therapist to guide and direct you and your doctor into what's the best way to get you out of that chemical imbalance. It's a very scary time. And most of us have experienced it ourselves or with others, either with others or someone we know. So rest in peace to all of the officers who have lost their lives due to depression and have taken their own life due to the demands and the very sheer nature of being a police officer. All right, next up, let's move along. So interestingly enough, we've been chatting quite a bit here on Social Change Warriors about the bizarre nature of the investigation of the John O'Keefe death, correct? And then, of course, we all followed the Karen Read trial 1 and 2, and we've been following the aftermath, as Julie mentioned in the overview of tonight's episode. We're going to talk to you a little bit about what happened this week when Karen was in court for her civil component. The O'Keefes are suing her, holding her liable for emotional distress and other things, as well as the two restaurants, the Waterfall and and McCarthy's, correct? So, what's been interesting in the last few weeks is a lot of other live streamers have been showing very interesting videos that they put together about what could have happened that night. And that's why I ask of you, if you're here with me live, and if you want to type in the replay, those of you on the replay, thank you for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it. Who are the witnesses and who are the suspects? Were the cops dirty or were they just incompetent? But these are the key questions in the John O'Keefe tragic death and the during the trial that people were asking. Now the jury acquitted her on all of the charges to do with John O'Keefe's death. Just the drunk driving charge is what remains, and she's on some type of probation for that. But who killed John O'Keefe? How did he die? We still don't know. And his family needs justice. And even though they may not have been shown to be coming around yet, that they no longer believe that Karen Read hit him with her car, even though there's a huge amount of evidence that says she didn't. It's called statistics. It's called science. It's called doctors with a lot of degrees who were testified in both trials. We're left with the witnesses who are not witnesses then, because the only other possibility is that he was hit by a plow. Is that on the table? Is that a possibility, that he never made it into the house like she thought, and she drove off and he changed his mind and never went in and decided to walk home, and then he got hit by a plow right in front of the house? Is that even a possibility? I don't think so, but that's the only other option. Nobody else would have punched him or struck him or hit him via a plow, a car, or in a fight. So that makes our witnesses, the Alberts and the McCabe's, are suspects, right? And then that, well, and that ties into Turtle Boy Aiden, who's been covering this case as an independent journalist. That makes his charges of witness intimidation very, very cloudy, right? Very gray, because if they're not witnesses, they're suspects. So is there a law that says I can't go out in the street and ask for justice for John O'Keefe, and ask that those that unalived him that night, whether it was accidental or not, come forward and turn themselves in? Is that witness intimidation if they're suspects and they're not witnesses?
If they're on paper as a witness, you don't go anywhere near them in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I mean, but if they should be, there are other ways to approach that. But I get what you're saying, but you can't turn around and say like, well, I think you should be that, therefore I'm going to say my piece about you. No, law says otherwise.
But the bottom line is that if you truly believe that Karen Read is innocent, if you go with the science and the witnesses from both trials who stated verbatim on the stand under oath, swear to God, on a Bible, that he did not get hit by a car, there's no scientific way he got hit by a car, his injuries don't align, nothing makes sense, then there is only one other answer as to who killed John O'Keefe. He got killed in the house in a fight. His injuries align with being in a fight. He wasn't in a fight out in the front yard with some stranger. That's a 1 in a gazillion million chances. So we rule out all of the other things that could have happened to John O'Keefe, right? If we rule those out, we're left with the house. We're left with the waterfall showing us what was happening in that bar, that there was something hinky going on at the end, that there was some calling out happening, and John was doing that little happy dance over there by the bar while he was paying the bill, and Higgins was pointing at him, and Albert was trying to hold him back, and Chris Albert was trying to hold him back, and Brian Albert was trying to hold Higgins back. So there's so much circumstantial evidence to point to a fight was about to happen. And where else would it have happened? It would have had to have happened right there once he got inside that house or garage. I'm leaning towards the garage now with everything that we have seen in the last few months, that makes the most sense of where it would have happened or could have happened. And what happens now? Who's going to investigate this? Who's going to take a look at all of this circumstantial evidence that points to Alberts and McCabe's, not necessarily the McCabe's. I don't believe for a minute that Jen or her husband, Matt, wanted to get in a fight like that with John. But I think, unfortunately, they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they saw it or knew it happened after it happened. And then they felt compelled to help cover it up because they didn't want Brian, their relative, to get in trouble. Brian didn't want Brian Higgins, his BFF, supposedly, to get in trouble, and or if Colin had anything to do with it all. Now, he wasn't mentioned in this potential lawsuit. That why don't you tell everybody the bomb that was dropped at the civil trial, Julie?
Oh, sure. Do you want to see a little bit of what happened outside of court on Monday?
Yes, that would be great.
All right, perfect. Let's do that. This is from Resistant to Silence, who were, again, boots on the ground. Dana and Tracy do a phenomenal job. They are southeast Massachusetts, so they're close to what's going on here. And they were Tracy was doing double duty that day, so she went inside. Can you share my screen? So she went inside. Oh, did I freeze? What happened? Oh, there we go. So she went inside. Dana stayed outside. He saw everybody come in. He watched the O'Keefe family come in and watched everybody go inside. And then everybody went inside and they said their piece. And then they came outside and he got an interview with who was sitting right behind Karen Read, but former or retired Canton Police Sergeant Peter Murphy right here. The Sweeneys Dennis and Brenda Sweeney, and I don't remember the other guy, but like she had a row of Canton people right behind her in court, and Peter Murphy was not a happy camper, so he gave his remarks when they came out of court. So we'll take a listen.
No comment right now.
Oh shit.
Yeah, oh shit is right.
Neil, anything to say?
Hang on, he comes back.
Hi.
He comes back. So, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, his face said it all. Like during the whole entire thing, like when the prosecutor was talking about like what happened with Canton and the investigation, the face he made was priceless. It was like, oh, really? You see it all over his face.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
But he comes back. He'll cool off in 30 seconds. He comes back, and then Jackson speaks.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. There you go. Good luck with all that.
Loud enough.
Yep.
I want to put Tracy.
I know he pops back up. There he is.
What you got?
You asked me if I'd say something. The only comment I have is, and I think it came up here by the defense, was if the Canton police had done their job sometime after 12:40 a.m. that day, we wouldn't be here.
Absolutely.
There wouldn't have been 2 trials. The third-party culprits would be in jail already.
Agreed.
And then the state police in Morrissey complicitly collaborated and got it further down the road.
Here, Sergeant Murphy of Canton Police. He hit the nail right on the head. If Canton Police did their damn job, instead of letting the snow fall, instead of having, in my opinion, based on what the snowblower science I did in my driveway, based on what happened there, where Lieutenant Gallagher, the first thing he did when this treacherous storm was coming through at the peak of whatever they wanted to call it, when it was the most dire of circumstances, the first thing he called for was say, go get me a leaf blower. Why couldn't you just let all the snow fall and then either tent it or mark it and then go out and scoop it all up? Well, maybe because, in my opinion, based on leaf blower science I did in my driveway with snow, maybe because he wanted to blow it away. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Peter. How'd you go?
Here they come.
Poor girl.
Now this is Dana again. Resistant to silence. He got a really good view of all of them. So
Take it easy.
this is the full interview.
Take it easy.
I think we're a little offensive during the
Don't even let her get a blocking back.
Space. Move quicker,
What an affirmative claim is. No.
And that's Ted Daniel. So Ted Daniel was in court. Jess Machado was in court. I don't remember who. Canton Police. Canton Public Access. Canton Public TV was in court, and Court TV was in court. But I did not see Sue BC, Sue O'Connell, and I didn't see Turtle.
It's a capture. It's an affirmative claim against the third-party individuals. That's exactly what we intend to bring.
But the idea is to get them combined to save the court time and money.
All the same individuals are involved, so that's exactly right. It's a matter of judicial economy.
Can you respond to the fact that the judge said it might take longer if you do this? You have all these
Well, of course, because it becomes a bigger case, more voluminous, right? It's a bigger case with more claims. And that's exactly what this case calls for.
How about
the days of Kieran being on the defense are over, right? That's what started today.
What do you think about what do you think of the judge say? Trying to resolve this? Can you resolve this out of court?
Every single civil case should at least have that on the table. Civil cases are built and designed to be resolved if they can be. We'll see.
I guess the thing was it something that you guys would like to do, though? I mean,
Say it again?
Was that something that you guys would like to do, or do you want to make a point?
Anytime there is a civil case, look, civil cases are not about making a point. They're trying to seek the truth, right? And that's what Karen's going to do with the civil case. We're going to try to get the truth out there. Like I said, the days of her being offensive, those days are over.
So you still consider a settlement?
Everything that you heard in there was basically parroted. Every single word that you heard in there was basically parroted right from Michael Morrissey, right from the prosecution. They lifted it right off the prosecution's closing argument. And maybe somebody should check the tapes. Because last time I checked, those arguments were put forward in front of a jury, and the jury spoke very, very loudly. Not guilty. And not just not guilty, the jurors were asked, innocent. Those claims are false, and they were proven false, and they will be proven false again. But in terms of what you just asked, should this case be resolved? We're always open to resolution. We'll see. We'll see. It depends on how reasonable the other side is. We gotta go.
Dennis Mooney. Brenda's Mooney. I think that might be it.
Look at the shoes.
Yeah, and then they walk away. Okay, so so that's that. So yeah, so that was Alan Jackson speaking afterwards. He was there. She had a total of 7 attorneys who were there in court, and she had, I think, 1 or 2 more. Liza Little wasn't there, so that was another attorney. So she had a ridiculous amount of attorneys in court, and there was a local guy. I thought he was Swedish, but everybody's saying that he's South African, but he might have a Swedish name. But I know he's not from here, but he works with he knows David and Eddie. So they went up there and they said, Your Honor, the O'Keefe family is bringing this case against us, but in order for us to rectify this, we want to bring a third-party claim against Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Canton Police, Massachusetts State Police through Tully, Uri, and Proctor in his personal capacity, because again, he's not a police officer anymore, and saying like, well, we need to bring this for discovery and everything else. So they kind of went through, but they're also being brought to suit again with CF McCarthy's and the Waterfall. Now they're being represented by their insurance companies. Now, apparently, Karen is also being represented by her insurance company in the capacity that it's a wrongful death because the O'Keefes are claiming that it's a car strike. And when they made the arguments, they had to accept a lot of the arguments as true in order to, I guess, argue, like saying like, okay, we'll accept this, but we'll throw this part away. And they kept arguing to dismiss parts. They kept saying parts 10 through 13. Now, I'm not a lawyer, just play one on television on this little thing called YouTube. Disclaimer, no, I don't. But I mean, I watch a whole bunch of stuff. So I watch law, as the Golden Girls like to say. So I know more about criminal law than I do civil law. Civil law seems like a whole different animal. And watching some of the attorneys give their advice as to what happened, like it's very, very, very broad and varied. It seems like some of it could be. The consensus is that they should have brought a separate suit. Like, it seems like they want 2 separate suits. Like, Karen's team should have brought a separate suit, and the O'Keefe family should have brought a separate suit, because they brought up Turtle and the witness intimidation and the conspiracy. And then Karen's team brought up, well, we have all these other stuff because it's third party and civil rights, but they never really filed anything. So you kind of have to look and say, well, was this more for performative? Are you actually going to file something? What's going on? But the judge in this matter didn't seem to have any of it. I mean, right off the bat, he admonished them. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, there were a lot of fireworks with what came out and the arguments they're going to make, but whether or not, like, I was watching Emily D. Baker, and again, she's a prosecutor, and she doesn't have that much experience with civil law, but she was saying, like, I don't know if this is the venue or the suit to make the arguments about this, but you might have an argument if you take the suit, but in this suit, we're not sure. So we're going to see what's going to happen, but it was very interesting.
It'll be very interesting. Thank you, Julie. It was a great overview. Thanks a lot. Thanks for showing that. I didn't see that clip that you showed us, so thanks a lot.
They do a dynamite job, and her father gave an interview beforehand to like a couple of people standing there, and Dana is again resistant to silence. Their boots on the ground. Her father, who, I mean, sometimes he comes off as like a little bit like nose in the air snobby, but he did a really good job this time where he, kind of laid it out and is like, hey, we're going because of this and this and this. They found that this person was there, she wasn't there, it wasn't the car, she wasn't hit, this and that, and bing bang boom, not a problem. But this one had some issues, so that's why we're putting this forward. And then Karen came out and said something ridiculous where she's like, oh, I thought this was just like she tries to be funny, but it just comes off as like, just close your mouth. Shh.
Yeah. Sometimes a little bit is better than a lot.
Exactly. A little dab will do you.
Yeah, when you're the main centerpiece and it's all on you, the less, the really, it's very true. The old legal,
you don't have to say anything.
Right. The old legal adage is the less you say, the better. And that is very true in this case as well. I wasn't surprised, but I was a little surprised that they made the announcement like that, that they didn't actually give the judge warning in advance that they were going to do that.
Was not happy. Mm-mm.
know, so that I found to be very odd, and he just rattled them all off, you know, boom, 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 you know, Chris Albert, Nicole Albert, Jen McKay.
No, not Chris Albert, Brian Albert. No,
I'm sorry,
Colin,
I meant to say Brian.
No Julie Albert.
Yes, I meant to say Brian.
No
Brian
Julie,
Albert.
no
Nicole.
Julie Bagel. No Julie. What's the other one?
Well, you can't. There would be no sense in Julie. I mean, I don't feel that any of those young adults. Sorry, somebody's out front of my house. I can hear them out there. They must be riding their bikes. Some of the kids play on Friday nights out in front by me. It's okay, Zeus. You're good. You can't. There'd be no sense in suing the young adults because they were in a very bad situation, and I don't even know. I'm not even convinced that they really knew what happened. I just
Julie Bagel said that she saw a 5 to 6 foot long black blob.
Yes, she did, but I don't know.
8 months later,
I think they just, right. I don't think they would feel. I don't agree with anything she said. I don't like what she said, but I think they decided there wasn't enough to pursue any kind of a civil case against any of the young adults. It just wouldn't have been. I don't think they would have had enough. But they definitely have enough to go after who they're going after. That is for sure. So this is going to be really crazy, you know, as this goes forward and as this evolves. Now, I found an interesting clip to share with you, Julie, and everybody else who's here with us live. And if you come on the replay later, I've been following this channel for a while. I reached out to this person because I really want to meet them. I want to invite them on our channel with us if they would be willing to come. And I'm going to put it up here. Hang on just a second. Let me add it to the screen here. Hey, little puppy, what are you up to? Puppy's trying to dismantle my my bookcase. He's very involved in the bookcase right now. So there's really nothing that he can hurt himself on there. We'll let him have at it. So let me add this little video clip that she did here. It's very good, very interesting. We have to stop every once in a while for fair use and discuss it. But she says in her he or she says in their explanation of their channel that they're here for education and to talk about the cases. So we can show a little bit of her current live stream that she just put up a few days ago, as long as we stop and discuss. But I think you'll enjoy it, and I definitely want to send you to her channel and check her out. She's relatively new, I believe, he or she. Hang on a second. I have to go now and look up here where I have all of these tabs open with what I want to share with you all. I have to find it so I can share my screen. All right, let me share the screen and let me find it for you. I think you'll find this very interesting. Now, Julie and I have discussed this with you many times since January. We've always had an issue with that damn Jeep. And I don't believe for a second it was parked there, because I believe the kids in the truck that they never saw the Jeep there. I don't believe the liars. Sorry, Jen, but you're a liar, and Matt's a liar, and everybody, Nicole's a liar. They're all liars if they said the Jeep was parked in front of the mailbox. Higgins as well. So I believe that they are lying, and we're lying, and we covered them on Friday Night Lies many times for their lies. So let me pull this up here for you guys. Let me know when you can see it, Julie.
I see a commercial, I think.
Okay. Yep, that's the commercial.
Vitamins you're taking. They're for 25-year-old white girls, not menopausal queens like us. At 52, when my edges vanished.
Was that a disclaimer?
Yes.
Disclaimer.
Disclaimer. This is very well done. I think you'll enjoy it. We'll stop every once in a while and discuss.
In the suburbs of Canton, Massachusetts, January 28th, 2022 started like any other winter night. But by morning, one man would be dead, and his girlfriend would be accused of killing him. Eventually, conflicting reports would emerge about a small detail of where a white Jeep Wrangler with a snowplow parked, a detail small enough to overlook, yet central enough to start unraveling the night.
By the mailbox.
Maybe by our mailbox.
Front of the mailbox. A little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Liar, liar, pants
Yes.
on fire.
A Jeep that's parked on the street.
I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked.
This AI tool will take your idea and
Commercial
create a
break.
complete book, complete with design, images, layout, everything, including.
This is 34 Fairview Road, the Albert House, where Boston police officer John O'Keefe spent his final hours alive. What happened inside this house that night is the heart of our story. But before we go there, we need to focus on a discrepancy that could help Officer John O'Keefe get justice. Brian Higgins, ATF agent, friend of homeowner Brian Albert, according to everyone except Brian Albert. You see, Brian Albert likes to distance himself from everything in this case.
He's a good friend. He's a co-worker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
Under oath, Higgins was crystal clear about one thing.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow, and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall?
Okay, I'm going to stop for just a second. Now, do you guys recall when he said, I was just being a smart ass and I decided to do a little sweep of the driveway? Where did Julie Nagel say she left the donuts in the morning? Julie? Julie, are you with me? Uh-oh, we lost Julie's voice. She said, give me a minute. So if you all recall, when Julie Nagel got to the house, not Julie Nagel, when Julie Albert got to the house that morning to bring those birthday donuts to Brian, her nephew, and I believe that she did that every year. I don't think that was made up. But she said she was going to leave them in whose car? Brian Jr.'s car, correct? So
Yep.
How did Higgy Bear do a sweep of the driveway if Brian Jr.'s car was in the driveway? Because he said he got there first before Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and before Chris, before Nicole and Chris. That's fine. But Brian Jr.'s car was in the driveway because Brian Jr. didn't go anywhere that night. He stayed home for his birthday. He didn't come out to the waterfall. And his car was in the driveway when Julie got there at 0:30 to bring him those donuts, to lo and behold find out that the whole fucking family's in the house having an emergency meeting about the death of John O'Keefe. So how did Higgy Bear do a sweep of the driveway as a joke with Brian Jr.'s car in the driveway, Julie?
Well, so that's the interesting part is that if you listen to Nicole Albert's testimony, and I listened to it again to when the pictures of the garage first came out with the paint spill and to show the little edge to show what's around there, I re-listened to, was like, okay, who was there that night? Who would have been familiar? Would have been Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Albert Jr., and maybe Caitlin Albert, depending on, like, she didn't live there, but she was familiar with the house.
Right.
And who was still living there? Nicole Albert was still living there. Brian Albert was still living there. Brian Albert Jr. was still living there. And they said that the twins were off to college, and one son would think was in the service. And so I was trying to figure out, okay, but Nicole Albert said, like, okay, whose cars did they have? She said that they had a big, like a full-size SUV. I think they had like a GMC or a Chevy or something like that.
Right.
They had Nicole Albert's smaller size Cadillac SUV. They had a Ford Edge and they had a Ford Escape. And they said that the Ford Escape was with the kids out in college. But then they said that one of the cars was in the garage, and they said the garage was very full, and she got very nervous talking about the garage, but she was rubbing her arm a little bit.
Yes, she was.
Very interesting to see, like, oh, that's interesting. Now, do I think anything happened in the garage? I don't think so. I think it happened elsewhere, but it's very interesting to hear them get very nervous about that. But with his saying that he was first on the scene, and then he was being a smart ass to do a swipe, I think that's bullshit right off the bat. I think at some point he used his plow on the Jeep, but I don't think that it happened right at that point. I think that's cover for another testimony that he gave, potentially with the feds or whatever this is. But I call bullshit on that.
Yeah, I call total bullshit on it, because MCAT and I have this way of reading each other's minds. As I was speaking the words Brian Jr.'s car, she put it up in the friend zone. Thank you, MCAT, and welcome. Good to see you. Hope your Friday night football went well. There's no way he did a sweep of that driveway if Brian Jr.'s car's in that driveway. And according to according to Julie, Brian Albert Jr.'s car was in that driveway because she was going to leave the donuts in the car. So, hello, there's no way they backed out Brian Jr.'s car from the garage and then put it in the driveway before Julie got there. That car was in the driveway all along. So that he's lying. He absolutely is. Friday Night Lies. We're calling you out, Brian Albert. You are a liar. Okay, let's keep going.
No, Higgy.
I mean Higgy. And Chris Albert's a liar too, but we're gonna call out Higgy as a number one liar for sure in most of this crap about the Jeep. So let's keep going, and then I'll put up the link for this wonderful channel that I came across. She has about 2,000 subscribers, so she's 1,000 ahead of us. But we're going to promote her because she's very talented, and I'm hoping she returns my email and wants to come on the show because I'd like to meet her. I think this is brilliant. Everything that we've ever talked about on Friday Night Lies is in this clip that she put together. So I think a lot of us have like minds on this. A lot of us believe that all of this is rubbish and that these people perjured themselves on the stand and lied through their teeth. For one trial, Jen McCabe lied for 2 trials.
Yeah, I think some people lied more than others. And I think, in my opinion, this guy right there, lied his balls off.
Yeah.
Pardon my French.
Okay, let's keep going. It gets good. The way she's got this place together is brilliant.
Where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox. So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in. So the passenger side would be closest to the house. Well, yes, I made the sweep. And as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street?
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, you've been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. We a laser pointer is, it would be the front.
Okay, so the front of the Jeep was facing the flagpole.
Towards Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay.
Neat, considerate, out of the way. But the responses weren't uniform.
I'm about to reveal a snoring fix that most women over 40 don't know. This is what your throat looks like when you're snoring. You want to take...
It looks like that. It had looked like Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out so I could pull my car in. He had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%. He may have skimmed. He had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have skimmed plowed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in. So no, I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked. I remember him pulling out so I could pull in, and then I didn't really see where he parked. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in. He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
That plow.
A snow plow on the front?
Yes.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
Any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was driving that night when he came to your house?
I believe it was a Jeep.
Do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
You testified earlier that you weren't sure exactly where Brian Higgins parked that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about.
Do you guys see what she does with her mouth in the clip prior and in this clip? Just pay attention to her mouth. When she's very upset in her brain about what she has to say, her mouth gives it away.
him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence. Correct?
Right. Yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or for something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection of what I'm pretty sure I remembered. He pulled in first, he backed out so we could pull in, and then I'm pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
So you haven't discussed that statement with any other witnesses in this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
There was nothing obstructing your view as you sat in the driver's seat of your Ford F-150 of the back of that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
You did not see, for instance, a Jeep with a snowplow on the front parked in between you.
I did not.
And in fact, you didn't see a Jeep with a snowplow parked anywhere on the property that you recall, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And you didn't see any other vehicles parked along the property line other than yourself and the black SUV, correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There was nothing, sir.
Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snowplow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
All right, fair enough. You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
Sounds like a ridiculous question. You didn't see any other cars. There were no other cars between the two.
Correct.
So we've talked about this so many times on Friday Night Lies that I personally feel there is absolutely no way the three young adults in that truck lied. They were the most honest of all of the witnesses that we reviewed from January onward in the entire trial, because they had absolutely no reason to lie. They have no skin in the game. They came there to pick up Julie Nagel, Julie Blob.
Julie Bagel is right.
Julie Bagel. And I love bagels, by the way, man, I'm on a bagel now. And and their job did not come to fruition because she decided she was staying at the party. She had just called them 10 minutes prior. They came running over from their hanging out that they were doing to pick her up, allegedly. And I allegedly think they were dropping off something, allegedly. I don't think they were ever picking her up. I don't think she was ever going to leave that early. But anyway, they're just witnesses of what they saw, which they saw the most of anybody. The rest of them are witnesses to squat. Those kids saw the most of anybody because they saw John and Karen at that intersection, that T intersection where they met each other coming from different directions. And the driver of the truck, which was Ricky, let Karen turn in front of him. So then Karen is proceeding down Fairview, heading towards the house, and they're behind her because they're still at that stop sign there where they allowed Karen to turn in front of them. They were just seconds behind her, guys. They couldn't have been far behind. It wasn't snowing that bad yet at that time. There was seconds once Karen pulled up and there was no Jeep there because she wouldn't. No, there was no Jeep there. Higgins is lying. And then they pulled up right behind her and those headlights were right in her rear view. And I think that's one of the reasons that she pulled ahead, as Jen McCabe said she witnessed looking out the window, that she was doing all her peeping Tom business. And they have no reason to lie. They did not see John O'Keefe on the grass. They did not see John O'Keefe in the car. They only saw Karen Reed in the car with the dome light on, doing exactly what she told all of us she was doing. And they would have just missed John O'Keefe by mere seconds. Had they gotten there a little bit longer, they would have witnessed him running in that house. And this all would have been over a long, long time ago, guys. But they just missed him. He literally slipped into the door of the house or the garage, depending on which one. If he went in the breezeway door or he turned to the right and went in the garage because he got called in the garage by the Bryans, they missed it by seconds because he would have had to have jogged past the SUV that was parked. 2 SUVs were parked in that driveway. Remember, Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe's SUV, and Chris and Brian Albert, Nicole Alberts. They were both parked in the driveway, and Brian Jr.'s car would have been in the middle, presumably, or off to one of the sides or wherever. That driveway was quite wide. It was able to hold 3 cars wide. So John would have been dropped off and jogged up the side of the grass there. He would have been right in front of the SUV, the kids wouldn't have seen him. And had they been a few seconds, or think of what if they wouldn't have let Karen turn in front of them? What if they would have turned first and they would have pulled up in front of the mailbox, and Karen would have had to either pull behind them or go around them? They would have seen John get out of the car. They would have seen him jog to the house. This all would have been over, guys. It's just mere seconds that changes everything. And that is what life is. That is what true crime is. Mere seconds for many of our victims, and things would be different. They may still be alive, Julie. John O'Keefe might still be alive had that gone a little bit differently. But let's back it up to Nicole a minute. Now, if you guys notice what I was saying, Nicole kept doing weird things with her mouth. It's stress. So when your body's under stress, when you're lying and you know you're not supposed to be, you do things. You might have a twitch. You might rub your face. You might rub your arm. You might hug yourself. You might rub or touch your hair or rub your nose. Your body is antsy. Your body has cortisol streaming through it. This is proven science, because you're lying. And most humans don't want to lie. Most humans know it's wrong to lie. So when they do, they have visceral reaction to lying. And you can see, first of all, Nicole's whole demeanor when she testified was gloom and doom. I mean, that woman to me looked like she was a victim of DV. I mean, I've never, of all the people that we saw in the trial, of all the witnesses, hers was the saddest and hardest for me to watch. She just seemed so downtrodden, so beat up by all of this. And while she was talking about that Jeep, you know, she didn't want to be up there lying. She kept piercing her lips. She kept folding her top lip over her bottom lip. She was doing some other wonky lip maneuvers. It's plain as the nose on your face that she's lying. Anybody that knows anything about catching people in lies would tell you that Nicole Albert was definitely uncomfortable, cortisol streaming through her body, not happy to be up there and lying. Julie?
Yes, I would say uncomfortable is more of it. I mean, especially when what's her face? When Liza Little was questioning her. I mean, she was kind of laughing out of place. It'd be like, did I do what? Did I do this? Did I do that? And the way that she kind of came across was like, it was more of like an inconvenience, because she got a little bit kind of like snippy, nasty. But there were some parts when Liza Little was questioning her, she got very uncomfortable. And when and she got uncomfortable when she was talking about the garage, and she was talking about, I think she's a smoker, because she was talking like, well, you know, sometimes we go out and we'll smoke, and like what you're talking about, like the little breezeway, and then go into the garage. But she kept like that was the only time I noticed where like again, like she would like hide her lips like this to kind of, you know, like cover, and then like to see what's going on. I mean, not so much like what Brian Albert would do, but like just the fact that like she was trying to like console herself and was like, what's going on, when they would talk about the garage and when they would talk about what was going on. But when they talked about the basement, when they talked about some of the other stuff and talked about Colin and other stuff, like aside from the fact where she was like, well, I saw Colin in the foyer and they took off, like she got a little nervous about that. But like it was different. It was more like, I don't know if it's contempt, but like especially when Liza Little was questioning her, it was more contempt. But when Lally was asking, or I don't think it was Lally, I think it was Law McGlaw. When Law McGlaw was asking a question, she was rubbing. It was like, oh, that's interesting, because on direct, you would think that they would be a little more comfortable, because that was usually how things went. They were more comfortable, and then it was like, okay, you know, batter up, let's go for cross. On direct, they got a little nervous. Like some of them got a little nervous, and watching Nicole Albert got very nervous. So it's very challenging. I mean, something happened. I don't know exactly what it was, but something definitely happened. But as far as like who was the most truthful, I don't think any of them, including Karen Reed, I don't think any of them, in my opinion, were truthful. I think they all lied to various degrees, and that's what we got to tease out. And I think we're still going to get answers, but
I feel like we're just so on the verge of getting justice for Jonathan.
We're very close. Yeah, we're very close. It's going to come out.
In my soul that's telling me that it's going to come out, that something's going to crack, and there's going to be justice for him. And how his mom and brother and the sister and Aaron and everybody that oh wow, that sounded like a train went by your house.
Yeah, that was a little I don't even, it sounded like one of those like wind up toys that you get out of a cereal box. I think that was somebody in a scooter going 1,000 miles an hour.
Probably. Okay, so MCAT says, was Hickey Jeep hidden to conceal fact that he was there? So that's interesting point.
Well,
Julie can go first, but all I want to say to that is they weren't hiding it. They have a reason for why they wanted it in front of that mailbox. And that's what we have to try to get to the bottom of and figure out. Go ahead, Julie.
Yeah. Are you going to show more of the video or?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll show you afterwards. I have the piece of Lucky talking about the Jeep, or Lally asking Lucky about the Jeep at trial 1. Because that's interesting.
Oh, okay, great. Well, let me finish. Perfect. Let's go back. Let's come back to that then, MCAT, and let me finish this off. And I think, like I said, everything we've talked about since January regarding the Jeep and the lying, because we went over testimony of every single one of these supposed witnesses. This nice, wonderful creator put this all in this little tape for me. When I saw it, I was like, holy cow, I wonder if she's ever tuned in here and there and watched us talk about all of this. And I was just telling Julie yesterday that as I'm pretty techie, but not super techie. And I wish I was super techie because I wanted to take exactly what she did. I wanted to do. And then lo and behold, yesterday I'm searching for videos I could share with you that I think are good and promote other new creators. And there she is. So I hope I get to meet her. I hope you all get to meet her. We'll see. I'm going to try to contact her this week. But let's finish off this this beautiful little mashup that she put together that is literally everything we've ever talked about here on Friday Night Lies.
Do you observe any other cars outside of that time?
You gotta put the video
Not
up.
that I remember.
Oops, sorry, hang on.
So when I noticed, looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox.
Yeah.
I was inside at the dining room table, looking out the window.
Yeah, so I saw a truck, which was Julie Engel's brother's truck, I believe, and that was a little ways, almost like in front of the driveway of the house, and then a little ways in front of it, there was another car that I hadn't recognized before. It was a dark SUV-ish, and that's all I knew about it and could see about it.
Ish.
But Matt and Jim McCabe, they were certain, and they had very specific details.
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
But you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of, at the end of the driveway, in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins.
Did you see that head nod?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it.
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Alberts property on Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you face the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox. The Jeep was right there. From the edge of the driveway, right there. I believe it was a two-door Jeep. Where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there. It was not blocking the driveway. The back would have been right in the vicinity of the edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see. So it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No.
And it was facing to the left as we look at Exhibit 66, correct?
Facing, heading to the left of the house, correct.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow on the front, correct?
That's correct. It was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
That's my recollection.
Jeep would
I
have
like
been
that.
behind the black
My
SUV,
recollection.
correct.
And there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins' Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Friday, you saw his.
There she
vehicle
is.
When you got to the scene, correct?
Myra McGuire.
You said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Yes.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
Yes.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That's quite a bit of detail.
I know,
about
very
where that
specific.
Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Yes.
What I'm asking you is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of the house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with
Like,
your
oh my
husband?
God.
Not sure.
You're not sure? You might have.
I'm not sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Who are you looking
Possibly.
at?
You're aware that
Who's
he
she
put the
looking
Jeep
at?
in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that? I am. Oh, wait, no. Excuse me. Repeat the question.
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, right?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh, thank
You
you.
didn't need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
During the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will. And you never mentioned.
Why is that in the jury?
One word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No,
And you said, I observed her car by the mailbox.
no.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway, Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember, were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
So she's sitting there trying to figure out how she's going to lie her way out of that one. So this is all so compelling to me because I believe the three kids in the truck, that there is no way in hell that Jeep was there. And this is what I really, truly think, and you guys can agree or disagree, but I really think the reason they needed that Jeep there was because they needed that Jeep to be there so that Karen Reed's car couldn't have been parked there, because then that would have completely thrown their entire case out the window, because how would she have hit John way back there by the mailbox? I think that whole entire lie was concocted for that Jeep to be placed there because that was the only way the math would math for them with what they wanted to try to sell, that she backed up X amount of feet, hit John, and he ended up landing by the flagpole. And there's no way that could have happened if she would have naturally, like most people would have done, had there not been a Jeep parked there by the mailbox, right? She would have just pulled right up along there. She wouldn't have been anywhere else because she was dropping John off at the house for him to go in the door. Right, Julie?
Well, maybe. I mean, if you think about it from their point of view, they would have needed, I mean, it depends on how they testified. Now, again, through some of the stuff that we're finding out about when people were brought in front of the federal grand jury, there was state grand jury and federal grand jury. State grand jury happened in April of 2022 because it was April and May of 2022 because Karen got upcharged in June of 2022 from second degree, from manslaughter to second degree murder. And oh, when the hell was the other one? Then the other one was, I believe it was September 2022 through what, January 2023, December 2022, something like that. That's a federal grand jury. So depending on who testified and to what they testified, I mean, is it possible that they could have told two different stories and one happened to be the truth and one didn't happen to be the truth? Because it's going to come out in other testimonies where there are pieces like, why would they need that there for their, she drove up and then hit him? Because if they did that, she would have ran smack dab into Higgy's Jeep. So that doesn't kind of make sense. There has to be another reason why they wanted, or why they needed Higgy's Jeep there. Maybe somebody saw Higgy's Jeep there at another point in time at night. Maybe Higgy's Jeep was there, but not placed in that spot, and they needed it for timing, whatever the case may be. There has to be a reason why Higgy's Jeep was, why they're saying Higgy's Jeep was there for whatever reason the case may be.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What's really stunning is that they completely abandoned it for trial 2. And that shouldn't make sense to anybody.
They sure did.
That shouldn't make sense to anybody. That should be a huge, giant red flag. Huge red flag, because they made all these people lie about Higgy's Jeep and where it was parked, and then they completely abandoned anything to do with the Jeep in trial 2. I just find that completely stunning and mind-boggling.
Matter of fact, the only one who brought up the white Jeep or the white vehicle that was in front was Judd Welcher, who said, "Oh, well, I believe that there was some talk about a white vehicle with a plow. I don't know what it was." And then immediately Breenan cut him off and was like, "Nope. No, that's, strike it, quiet, shh." And then that was it, basically. So,
yeah,
very interesting.
It's
very
absolutely,
interesting.
It's crazy, and it's nuts. And somebody who wants to try to figure out who actually hurt and unalived John O'Keefe needs to go over the testimony from trial 1. The testimony from trial 1 is stunning now that you look back on it.
Yes, it is.
I just want to see somebody pick it apart with a fine-tooth comb. Like, I just can't wait for somebody to take charge of this. Right. Okay, let's finish this off, and then we're going to move on because we've still got tons of other stuff to talk about.
I am not certain where Brian Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would be
behind the Jeep or somewhere in between.
It definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of the road.
It would have been in the middle of the road, correct. So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. Yes, Karen Reed's SUV, as we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV, to the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Brian Nagel's vehicle.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Chronic neck pain happens when your cervical spine...
Correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves. Okay. You also gave extensive testimony on April 26, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct? At no point when you were describing the vehicles that were out front in front of 34th Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep, did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front in some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You
what?
in fact asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
If you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you review your transcript?
Just read it all. I didn't see it.
You were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You did or you didn't. Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Miss Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough. Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins' Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Have you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Miss Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no. Take a left into the driveway, and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
I find it very funny and interesting that Jen, Matt, and Nicole, all three show the same pattern after they answer questions about the location of.
So this is very interesting. I didn't watch this far into it. I had no clue, Julie, that she was going to talk about the mouse stuff, but it is so obvious. I mean, most of you that follow true crime picked up on it. It doesn't just take me, having been a cop and a social worker, to pick up on it. I'm sure tons of you picked up on it because their tells are so obvious. So I didn't watch this far in. I was just going to watch it with you guys. I watched the beginning just to make sure I wanted to share it with you all, but I did not watch this far in. So I'm watching it for the first time with all of you with her comments about this are so like right in line with mine about these tells. So this is very intriguing to me.
The Jeep. Behavioral cues often reveal what words try to conceal. Psychologists call this self-soothing, an unconscious signal of discomfort.
Talking about, Julie.
Yep.
Self-soothing, where
Three
you're patting
voices
yourself,
saying
hyping
definitely
yourself.
by the mailbox. One
Karen Reed did that
maybe
too
by the
before the Monday.
mailbox. One
Right.
that doesn't
herself.
know.
Yeah.
And 6 that did not see the Jeep by the mailbox or anywhere else. 3 were not asked and never mentioned a mailbox. The contradictions are striking, and they raise a question. Why does the Jeep's exact location matter so much? To understand why Brian Higgins might lie about a parking space, we need to understand his state of mind that night.
That's the face I'm going to have a nightmare about tonight.
In the days leading up to January 28th, Higgins had been reaching out to John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed. Flirty texts, personal messages. Karen quit responding to the text several days prior, and earlier that night at the Waterfall Bar, cameras show she ignored him completely, and cameras show Higgins restless, unsettled, and fixated on Karen Reed. After an ignored flirty text, Higgins was spiraling by the end of the night. So when the group moved from the Waterfall Bar to 34 Fairview Road that night to continue the party at the Albert House, Higgins led the pack. But a man full of Jameson and ginger, and who had been ignored all night, might have other plans. And if he had unfinished business with Karen Reed, would he really park where she could easily spot his vehicle and decide not to stop? Or would he hide? Picture this. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrive at 34 Fairview Road. If Higgins' Jeep with a snowplow had really been parked by the mailbox, Karen might have recognized it. She might have kept driving, and John O'Keefe might still be alive.
I don't find mailbox.
But here's what's truly chilling about the mailbox story. It wasn't just Brian Higgins, the driver, who told it. 3 people, absolute certainty. Around 12:20 a.m., Matt and Jen McCabe arrived at 34 Fairview Road. They pulled into the driveway right by the mailbox. A white Jeep with a snowplow would be impossible to miss. So when Higgins testified he parked by the mailbox, clearly visible to everyone, the McCabes would know if it wasn't true since they arrived after Higgins. They claim they saw the Jeep by the mailbox, because here is what could be revealed.
I used to pay Midjourney monthly. Now I use this AI for a one-time cost and unlimited designs for.
In my opinion, Higgins deliberately hid his vehicle so John and Karen would come into 34 Fairview Road and he could confront Karen in front of John and completely expose her. Hidden Jeep means intent. Intent means premeditation. And premeditation means investigators start asking much harder questions, not just about Higgins, but about everyone who was inside 34 Fairview that night. Brian and Nicole Albert were walking in the house. They genuinely might not have paid any attention to where he parked since they entered the house first. As trained law enforcement, Brian Albert knows the smartest answer is I don't know, no lies, no exposure, just uncertainty. When asked about the Jeep, Nicole Albert was in a bit of a pickle. Should she go along with her husband, or should she help back up her sister's story? Now, Matt and Jen McCabe, they saw everything, and they made a choice. But if hiding the Jeep was a deliberate act, why insist the vehicle was parked by the mailbox? More puzzling still, why would others, who don't seem to be close to Higgins, tell the exact same story? The answer lies in shared risk. They're all connected to that house, that night, and the tragedy that followed. Telling contradictory truths would make any one of them the odd one out, which would make them the target of suspicion, and the investigation moves into the house, even though it should have regardless. So instead, they choose a united story, not out of loyalty, but self-preservation. Together, their aligned testimony forms a quiet barrier, shielding themselves and obscuring the truth beneath layers upon layers of silence. This is just a tiny detail that is easily forgettable if they all say the same thing. I wonder just how many of those tiny forgettable details there are in their stories. Here's a question for you. And for this equation, I am going to count Nicole as pro mailbox since she isn't 100% sure, but she thinks the Jeep was parked by the mailbox. Okay, what is more likely that a white Jeep with a snowplow parked in plain sight right by the driveway went completely unnoticed by everyone except 4 people? And these 4 people are all connected to the same house.
And they're all going to be
4
sued.
people chose to tell the same lie. Which one's more likely? Sometimes the smallest details can carry the heaviest truth. But the Jeep is just one layer. Each testimony, each denial, and each contradiction adds to a puzzle no one seems willing to solve. Who really saw what? Why do some remember the Jeep clearly, while others don't recall it at all?
In front of the mailbox.
And the 3 people in the F-150 have zero reason to lie.
No, sir, I did not.
Because if the Jeep wasn't where it was supposed to be, then what else about that night isn't what it seems?
By the mailbox, in front of the mailbox.
Down the street, mailbox.
I so know.
By the mailbox.
I did not.
Down the street.
I did not.
In front of the mailbox.
No, sir, I did not.
I'm so proud of her and how she used her technical skills to literally say exactly what we've all been talking about since January involving this damn Jeep. So thank you so much to the case. I'm going to put her channel up here in the chat box here in a few minutes. I hope you'll give her channel a sub. She's trying to start something. She's really good at it. And I would love to meet her and would be proud to know her. So thank you so much for the fair use tonight. I'm glad we got to go over that again because it still bugs me. And I agree with her. I think she agrees with us. I think we all agree on this. And I really think if any investigators look at this case, this has to be a problem for them, Julie. It absolutely has to be.
Oh, 100%. Before we switch topics, can you share screen? So
Yes,
I think this is the reason why a lot of them are saying like, yep, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Higgy. Those are the 5 that said that. Yep, it was right there at what 12:20. Wasn't 12:10 when Colin left. It was 12:20, right there. You knew exactly where the motion was. So this is Brian Loughran, also known as Lucky Loughran, from trial number 1. This is we're going to listen to Lal on cross, and he's talking about what kind of truck
I've missed his voice.
You miss Lal? Really? What if any? Who if anyone? Why if any? Why? I don't think that's a thing, but maybe Lal make what if any? Why? Why if any? Why?
It's such a rare experience having a Lally.
Well, maybe that's a good thing because it seems like something. So, as we learned from trial 1, Lal has a distinct style. He likes talking about drinks and snow and who if anyone was driving the ambulance. And so he has a style unto himself, and a lot of people I know who if anyone is. That was a real question that he asked that came out in this. Who if anyone was driving the ambulance? So a lot of people were like, "Well, Lal did better because he got 9 people to believe his, BS." It was like, well, Brina got a conviction. Granted, it was on a lower, a lesser included, but he still got it. I mean, I don't think that's what anybody was looking for, except for some of us saying like, "Hey, let's look at this whole entire thing because if she goes away, we don't have any of like the Roe and Co stuff. We don't have the Brian Walsh stuff. We don't have the Miles King and the 14 search warrants or the 5, the parts of 2. But what we know from Lally, what came out of this is when Attorney Rosemary Scabicchio got him up on the stand to say, "Hello, what is it that you do?" He basically was like, "Well, I sent some emails and then eventually I'll get to some stuff." So he's not breaking his ass to, go investigate or be Inspector Gadget and figure out like, "Hey, let's get to the bottom of this." To me, what it looks like is that he's doing the bare minimum. And like Emily D. Baker said, he gets to the court, he gets to the pretrial hearing. And when he's asked by the judge, say, "What's the progress on this?" He goes, "Well, I sent an email," and he appears to send an email on the day of pretrial hearings and then waits until the next one to give updates, and if he does anything, he does anything. So he's not breaking his ass to find stuff. So this is interesting. So he's talking to Lucky Loughran, and who if anyone is gonna bust his case wide open with the Jeep.
Who they are and all that.
Yes,
And how are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar?
equally.
Equally.
Can you guys hear that? I know the sound is shitty because he can't. Who if anyone can't speak up to save his life? He can't.
Right. I think we can. I think we can hear it pretty good.
Okay.
It's a little bit tough to hear, but we can hear it.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a short clip.
Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No.
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant, the flagpole, or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
Correct.
I don't think that's true. I think there's actually a flagpole with it. I mean, a light within 100 feet. But I mean, they wanted to make it sound like it's the dark side of the moon. But anyways,
you do know.
I believe so. Yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
This shower head does much more than normal shower heads. If you haven't bought it yet, please take 2 minutes for me.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedars, correct?
Correct.
between 3. Okay, so just in case you can't hear, he said. So Lal's asking who, if anyone, I guess what he's talking about, like, well, between 3:30 and 4, when you passed by, you said that you saw this Ford Edge.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
Nope, told him it was Ford Edge.
Okay, Paul is David Yanetti's private investigator. Paul, he has a Polish last name. He's a former cop, but he's a private investigator. He was one who sought out Lucky Loughran and spoke with him. It was actually at the Ponkapog Rink in Canton, the parking lot.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
Nope, told him it was Ford Edge.
You remember at any time Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No, he wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between, if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The taillights in the back.
What about it?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. The Jeep Cherokee are more square.
Now, what color was this SUV? No.
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell? I'm just curious, sir, as far as your colorblindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it?
Okay, so he is asking How do you know that you saw a Ford Edge? Are you sure that you didn't see a Jeep Cherokee? Now, I don't know where Jeep Cherokee comes in, but I'm pretty sure where Jeep would come in. And then he's asking him, saying, can you tell the difference between dark and light? And that's when Lucky says, well, I'm colorblind, but I can tell, different types of shades. And he says, can you tell if a car is white? Now, why would he talk about a white car at what he's saying at 3:30 to 4 in the morning? Right. Where did that come from? That's interesting. I think that might have come from somebody, maybe possibly somebody telling him, or from possibly other grand jury, from maybe the federal grand jury. I don't know. Who the hell knows?
Right.
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
And he's very clear here. It was a light colored Ford Edge.
Yes. But see, this is interesting now because I didn't realize this. He said that before he talked to David's PI, Paul, he told him, he said, I saw a Ford Edge. And then he said that again, Lucky works at the skating rink, Punk skating rink. He said that he brought him out to the parking lot and said, is this what you saw? And showed him a Ford Edge. That's interesting. I mean, I don't know what it means. Just it's interesting. Let's put it that way. It's interesting. Right. And I think that's it.
Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door.
See, 3:30 to 4. Right exactly where those guys said that Higgy's Jeep was. But this is 3 hours later. Where did this come from?
And with
to the left of the door?
Looking at the front of the door, to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the...
Build a website you love with Wix.
For your words, the world go around.
Exactly where the body was found. That would not be true.
I'll allow that.
Can you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No.
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on.
Good answer. I know that's a good answer.
Exactly. From everybody.
That's a good answer.
Excellent answer, like, because he's telling the truth. When you tell the truth, your answers make sense.
Not the police report, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Can you repeat that question, please?
You're recounting sort of what you've heard or saw on the news. So this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
It was the FBI.
Now, you can tell those individuals that you actually came in, and when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint.
Okay, and then he's just talking about times. But isn't that interesting, though, to hear him say between 3:30 and 4, or again, this is trial 1. We're not exactly sure what the time was that he went by. I think it was between like 3:15 and 3:30, something like that. So when they actually found what it was, but 3 hours later, he's saying that, or Lyle's basically saying, like, are you sure that car that was parked in the exact same place, those 5 people put Higgy's Jeep, wasn't a Jeep itself, a white Jeep? Are you sure it was a Ford Edge? Are you sure it wasn't a Jeep? Where would Lyle get that from?
I know.
That's interesting. That's fascinating to me.
It is fascinating. It's fascinating to me too. So I didn't get a pizza tonight, Julie, because I caved and got a pizza last night. So for my midstream snack, I'm having one of these drumsticks.
Oh, there you go.
These are old school, guys. My grandmother used to have these for us, and my son got this for me. I once a week I allow myself to have ice cream. So I'm having this drumstick in honor of my wonderful grandma Ethel. She was the absolute best. I miss her so much. Anyway, thanks for indulging us tonight, guys. We wanted to go over that again because Julie and I have had many discussions about the Jeep and the crazy lies. And then I found that amazing video today from the case. And I was like, this is crazy. She's like, thinks just like I do. And everything we've ever said, she totally agrees with. And it was like she just took a synopsis of everything we've talked about since January and put it in her video. So I hope I get the chance to meet her. And I want to thank her for fair use. Really appreciate that. And thanks for finding that clip, Julie, because I've always said, and you've agreed with me, and the chats, the friend zones agreed, that Lucky is the most honest person ever. He has zero reason to lie about anything. He's a community member. He's well established in the community. He was friends with a lot of these people, casual, albeit or whatever, but
sorry to interrupt, but this is important. The shooter who murdered my sweet little Daniel brought a highly
Oh, it scared me there for a minute. I thought you were getting like breaking news or something. That was just from the rest of the clip.
Well, I mean, we kind of do have a little bit of breaking. Well, I mean, not really breaking news, but we have new stuff from the federal documents that came out with what. I mean, it's interesting. So I can't bring this up on screen. Can you bring this up on your Twitter?
Yeah. Let me find it. Okay. Hang on a second.
So this is do you still have the name? I'll text you. Hang on, guys.
Good time, buddy.
But I have a video that kind of goes along with this that we showed when this first happened 2 months or about two and a half months ago. And
let me pull up my Twitter here. Hang on, everybody.
Seems like the internet didn't take kindly to us, but that's okay.
That's okay.
This involves the federal stuff. I mean, this is like, we're not ragging on anybody. We're just reporting what is being said and what the Department of Justice and the FBI is saying. So
exactly. So I have my Twitter feed.
Disclaimer: people aren't going to be happy.
Yeah, I have my Twitter feed set because I wanted to talk about this in a little bit about Aiden met today with brother counsel and with a national trial lawyer, which is interesting to discuss his case. So we'll show a few clips of that and discuss that here in a few minutes. So I had my Twitter geared to that. So hang on a second. Let me go back here and go back to home. Okay, what are we actually, this is perfect because this is actually in our deck for tonight. I was going to bring it up after our stretch break, but I'll just bring it up now. The manhunt for Travis Decker, who unalived these 3 precious angels. This case haunts me every day still. I know eventually, sadly, it will go away because there'll be so many more cases that we're going to cover. But this is just despicable and disgusting what he did to his own children. So hang on a second.
I have no doubt the feds are coming.
A second. It should let me go back.
Grand jury information.
Police. However,
the feds filed a criminal information in U.S. District Court. A telltale sign on July 11th. The feds filed a criminal information that Leslie waived her right to a grand jury.
Do you want me to remove that? Hang on a second. I got to remove that before I can play the Twitter. So hang on a second. Okay. Remove. Give me a second. All right. Let me try to share my screen again here. All right. Stand by, everybody. I just have to reach. Oh, this StreamYard's been doing some wacky stuff, guys. It keeps minimizing when you try to go back and forth.
Am I still here?
Yeah. You're here. You're here.
Okay. All right. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. It just popped me out and hit my window. And of course, I'm muted when that happens.
Right.
So I can't hear anything.
StreamYard is doing wacky things tonight too. It keeps taking away my panel. It's like the craziest thing. I have to email them. It did it a couple times 2 weeks ago, but not so much last Friday night. But now I'm just trying to get back to full view, and I'm just gonna try to add something to the stage to try to get it to come back. I don't know what.
Yep, that's up.
See, it's not up.
Pictures of the car.
Okay, is it up for you guys on full screen? Because
I
for
see
me,
the two of us on the. I see the two of us down at the bottom left, and I see where it says, "Does this make sense?" And there's pictures of the G. Oh, that's just the background. Nope, that's just the background.
Because what's happening for me is I've lost complete control of my of my box here. There. Okay. Now let me try it again. There we go. So I kind of figured out an end around how to fix this. All right, let me try to share the screen again. StreamYard's been kind of wacky these last few weeks. I don't exactly know what's going on, but so can you see the Twitter? Did it come up?
No.
Still hasn't come up?
Nope.
What the heck? Why isn't it allowing me to share my screen? All right, stand by. Let me keep working on it. I don't know.
If you're having a hard time, I can just read some of it. It's I mean, there are 2 pages that get to it because some of it's redacted.
No, just give me a second. There's a reason why it's doing it, and it's something something simplistic, and I just need to figure it out. So to give me just a second. There shouldn't be any reason why it shouldn't be working now. I already removed everything. Let me see. Oh, I know. We have to remove. You have to remove things before you can bring up the Twitter. Because I can see it.
There we go. Okay. Jesus.
Why didn't you?
A pain in the ass.
There, now is it up? Okay. Yeah, it just took me a second to figure out. Okay. So as long as I have, this is what first came up on my Twitter feed, because I've been talking about this case all the way through. This is the monster that unalived these 3 beautiful angel children. And I don't think we're ever going to understand completely why. But he and his wife, their mother, were going through a divorce, and it was very contentious, and they were fighting over custody because I think she believed he was dangerous, and she had every right to do that. Sadly, the judge had given him unsupervised visitation, and I can only imagine how sick this judge must be now. But at the time, there didn't seem to be any reason that he couldn't have unsupervised visitation. He'd never had any problems with the children before. He was never violent with the children. So I hope the judge doesn't live with this too badly for the rest of her life, because I really think he or she did make a decision based on the facts of the case at the time. But it's heart-wrenching that family court could have prevented this had they made him have supervised visits. That's the unsupervised visit is what led him to take them camping, where he unalived them in this mountainous region. And he's been on the run ever since this happened way back in June, and they had sightings of him, but they never caught him. And then they found remains that they believed were his because of the clothing. But yet we've been waiting to see if that is truly what the case is. And the DNA did come back just today, and it is him. So he is deceased. And I don't think that the mother of these girls will ever be the same. She will have to live with the pain of missing her 3 beautiful angels for the rest of her life. And she's going to have to learn what that's like. And I'm assuming she's probably going to become an advocate for domestic violence victims and for the court system, for custody, and for supervised visits, for unsupervised visits, and mental health, because he was a veteran and he obviously had major problems from his time in the war. It's just an absolute travesty, devastating for everyone, including his family, his parents, his sisters, brothers, cousins. No one who knew how unwell he truly was, that he could stoop to something this horrific. So sadly, there will be no trial. There will be no jail time or death penalty for him. I don't even know if that was the case in the state that they were in or not, but I don't think it was. But no trial, no true justice in a sense. But the justice is that he's not alive anymore. If you believe in hell, he's in hell, and I'm just. These 3 angels will live on in the memories of all their family. And it's just such an absolute travesty. So rest in peace to these 3 beautiful little girls. So that was in my repertoire tonight to talk to you about. So it's the first thing that came up. So what am I looking for, Julie? Did I lose you? Where did Julie go? Did I lose you, Julie?
Yep, I'm still here. No, I'm here. I tweeted you. I texted you the Twitter handle. Do you want me to put it in the private chat?
Yes, please.
Because they're the ones with the documents up. and Grant also confirmed them as well. So, he's been a little.
I can search it on Twitter though. What am I? Just tell me what I'm looking for. I don't need the tweet. I don't need you to put it in the private chat. That doesn't help me because I'm already on X. Just tell me who I'm looking for.
I'll put the person's name. It is. Wait a second. Hang on. Add. Right, 2 L's. See, we are live, and we do have new stuff, and I highly doubt anybody's going to be talking about this. I mean, there are 2 people. All right, do you see? Oh, Jesus, what? Hang on.
Okay, is that the whole full name?
No, it should be Randall and a bunch of numbers.
Ah, okay. I'll just start typing it into my Twitter search.
Hang on.
Just read it to me. I'm going to type it into my search bar on Twitter right now. At Randall, Randall.
Oh, dumb. I don't have numbers lock on. That's why. 145. Nope. Still does. Okay. Hello.
Just tell me what it is. I don't need you to type it in there because I'm on Twitter and I just need you to read it to me.
Okay. Randall 2 L's 145 695.
Randall 2 L's 1 4. Okay, I think this is it. It's coming up now.
Yep. That's Uncle Joe's house. That's Uncle Joe's house. That's the federal courthouse. And if you scroll down to about 4 hours ago.
There's 3 hours ago. Breaking news from Grant Smith Ellis.
Nope. 4 hours ago, it says the U.S. sentencing memo.
Okay, I'm going down.
That one right there.
Is this it here?
Yep. There should be 4 pages.
I don't know. I can only see 2. There's some more pages down here. Here's the conclusion, she says.
Oh, yeah, there are 2 pages. Okay. All right. Can you go to the one above?
Yep.
That one right there. Can you click on that one?
Can you read that?
Yep, that's page 1. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. So this came out. This is the case with the federal grand jury that came out in July 15th, 2025 this year. This is a federal juror. She's from Massachusetts. She's federal grand juror who serves in Massachusetts. She was sworn in May of 2022 in front of, Grant found this out, in front of Judge Indira Talwani, who is the judge who's handling this case. She was on to hear cases that involved, it's not confirmed if she heard anything related to the Birchmore case, but it's confirmed that she heard the CDL case, and it's very much believed, I think it's confirmed now, that she heard information related to the federal stuff that went with the investigation into the investigation of the death of Officer John O'Keefe. So she started, she pled in August. That was the day that I went. She was charged in late July 2025. I'm trying to get my dates right. It was July 24th. She went and she was supposed to plead. They were going to accept everything. And the judge said, "Are you planning on pleading guilty?" And she said, or I'm sorry, "Are you planning on pleading not guilty?" And she said, "No." They said, "Okay, we'll come back August 4th. Came back August 4th. That was the day I was outside with saw Grant and Catherine Loftus was inside. Those guys were inside and saw. And that was the day that the judge did not accept the plea. Again, she was supposed to just go there, plead guilty. They were supposed to accept the plea and accept the punishment, which is 1 day of jail, not which was time served, 24 months of probation, and she accepts that she's a felon, and forget what, and then she accepts responsibility, meaning that she can be sued for this. Well, on that day, the 4th, the judge said, "I'll accept your guilty plea, but I'm not accepting this because I don't have enough information for the sentence." And Grant and a couple others said that she did not seem happy. Oh, yep, go ahead.
Are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
I was just talking to Tanner.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so
I'm keeping him entertained while we're showing this.
Oh, yeah. So the judge came out and said, "All right, well, we're not going to accept it. Come back on the 26th." That was today. They were supposed to sentence today. They pushed it for a week, so she's going to be sentenced on the 2nd. But all the information
of
came
October,
out,
Julie.
Of October. Yep, next week. Okay. So it was supposed to be today. It's going to be next week. So it's all going to be taken care of. But documents came out. There are statements from her lawyer. There are statements from her. There are letters of support from her significant other. employers saying like, hey, this person, does a really good thing. She, something happened. She got divorced. It was a tumultuous time. She understands what's going on. She worked for DCS. She got fired from her job. And then today, at some point, I guess, it must have been like right before we came on, or 1 or 2 hours beforehand, Ann Peruti, the chief of the Major Crimes Unit of the Department of Justice, Massachusetts, who was prosecuting this case, came out with her sentencing memorandum along with information. And it seems like she said the lowest bounds of this is going to be accepting that, but it could go further up. So she could see some jail time. Now, you should see between 6 to 12 months for this. Now, when this first came out, it was, oh, this is a nothing burger. This is nothing. And a matter of fact, Turtle's last presentation that he made, he said, oh, what's going on with the Jessica Leslie thing? I guess nothing came of that. It's a nothing burger. Told you it was nothing. I got sources. Well, let's hear about those sources. So this is the sentencing guideline that came out from Ann Peruti.
Because, Julie, in the beginning,
Yep.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
In the beginning, they were only going to give her time served of like 1 day, and that was going to be it. And then the judge changed her mind, correct?
Yes. Yep. Now, why is that?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Well, why is that? Well, it came out in the sentencing guidelines that came out yesterday. Some of the stuff was they were going to make a publicly available sentencing guideline in sentencing guideline in documentations, and redacted version and impounded version, meaning that there's private information in them. Now, what's the private information? Well, we're going to see. Kat, is there any way that you can make this a little bit bigger?
Let me try.
And if not, let me know. We'll just read along and I'll tell you when to skip ahead.
Okay, let me see if I don't think I can because.
Okay.
Let me try one. Yeah, that's not going to work. Twitter's
all right. No biggie.
Off to share. Now let me try one, but let me do one thing I can do is I can take us off the screen. That will help. That will make it bigger.
Okay. All right. Can you guys see that? Because
they won't be able to read it, but
okay. All right. Yeah.
They know what you're doing, that you're reading a court document.
Okay. All right.
So that's all good.
Okay. So these are court documents. Now, again, I highly doubt people are going to talk about this because I don't think that they're going to like where this is going. This is 6 pages. We're going to skip around some of them, but this is what, Ann Peruti, chief of the Major Crimes Division Unit of the Department of Justice in Massachusetts, which works with the FBI. So this is federal. Okay, so it says United States Federal Court, District of Massachusetts, United States of America, Jessica M. Leslie, criminal case number, whatever, government sentencing memorandum. Defendant Jessica Leslie pled guilty to the sole count of information in this case, which charges her criminal contempt in violation of statute. The parties have executed a written agreement pursuant to statute that proposes a punishment of 2-year term of supervised release to follow 1 day of incarceration, which is deemed time served. For that reason, the government states that this sentence is sufficient, but not greater than necessary to achieve the goals of sentencing, and respectfully request that this court accept and oppose the jointly proposed resolution. Okay, so they're still going to go with the lesser term, but they changed it a little bit. That says that this isn't like the threshold. This is kind of the floor, so it could get higher depending on how Judge Tawani feels about it. Background: the government agreed with the facts set forth in the pre-sentence investigation report. In sum, the defendant was sworn as a federal grand juror in May 2022. Again, she was sworn in front of Judge Indira Tawani, who is the one presiding over this case in federal court. She was advised of obligation of secrecy imposed by federal rules. Was that paragraph 6E? Beginning in 2023, the defendant communicated with a friend by both text messages and voice calls on the dates that she presented for service of the grand jury. Forensic evidence collected by investigators shows that across several months, the defendant divulged information to her friend that she was required to keep secret: the identity of witnesses, the dates on which they appeared, and the topics they testified about. The defendant talked explicitly about 2 particular matters occurring before, and then we got to go to page 2.
Okay, give me just a second here. Page 2. Where was I? Oh, there it is. X. Got it. All right. There
Perfect.
You go.
Okay. Page 2. Okay. Let dates for the grand jury, and her friend both posted publicly available tweets, both posted publicly available tweets sharing or commenting on information that implicated both of those investigations, and engaged in private chats with other users in which she shared specifics of the details passed on to her by the defendant. In one circumstance, the friend posted about a sealed indictment before the targets were arrested. Someone saw the tweet, was rightfully concerned, and reported the leak. The defendant was identified as the source, and when questioned by the FBI, admitted to disclosing the secret information and that she knew it was wrong. Oh boy. Okay, let's because I think that this specific one where the people weren't targeted or arrested, I believe that's the CDL case. But there are other cases where somebody on one of the Facebook pages saw information and took it down and then reported it and said, "We cannot do this. This will get you in trouble." Oh boy. Okay. Sentencing guidelines, it says that because of this, the government agrees with probation calculation of defense total offense, which is consistent with how the parties computed in written plea agreements. The government therefore agrees that is a term of incarceration of 6 to 12 months. So that's typically what it is, but they're asking for, like they call it, downward departure. So just a lesser of this. Application of the factors. Oaths administered by this court matter. That's just how it starts. Like, that's a strong statement. The court must, and presumably does, expect, in italicized, compliance from every person who raised their right hand to promise to abide the court's orders, whether the orders require an individual to appear at a given place or given time to tell them truth, or, as here, to maintain the secrecy of grand jury proceedings to which they are privy. A properly functioning grand jury is essential to administration of justice, and the proper functioning of the grand jury system departs upon the secrecy of grand jury proceeding. See Douglas, see other cases. Okay. The secrecy helps protect the reputation of individuals who may be investigated but not ultimately indicted, encourages witnesses to testify freely and frankly without fear of retaliation or public scrutiny, and prevents targets from fleeing or tampering with grand jury witnesses. Oh boy. All right, can you go to the next page?
Oh boy, is right. Yep.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm telling you, people aren't going to be happy. Oh, look, we have redactions. Okay.
Yep.
What does that say? Communicated these? Oh, I forget what that's on the other page. I'm sorry. Communicated these principles to the federal grand jury on which the defendant was impaneled in May 2022, admonishing specifically the grand juries, quote unquote, must be careful to preserve secrecy by communicating with their friends, family, representatives of the news media, or any other person concerning anything that transpires in the grand jury room, unquote. The defendant violated the oath over and over again, oh boy, across the span of almost a year. Okay, now this gets interesting. Even more interesting, the defendant's claim to the FBI that she merely got, quote unquote, wrapped up in the fever surrounding redacted might be persuasive in another set of circumstances, but here, that claim must be met with some skepticism. Okay, now we can use our brains and we can say, all right, what could this person be swept up in? Was it the CDLs? I don't know. Was it the Karen Reed investigation? I don't know. That seems kind of like like Sean says, that's sexy.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, so this violation was not fleeting or the product of a momentary lapse in judgment. It was repeated, consistent, and in some cases planned. Oh my God. Of almost every date that she disclosed secret information to her friend, the defendant moved the conversation from text to phone, a move that was obviously designed to avoid the likelihood that she would get caught unlawfully sharing the secret grand jury information. The consciousness of guilt is magnified when examined in the context of her own acknowledgement of what was expected of her. And she did. She made a statement saying that, I didn't think I was going to get caught. I thought this was private.
Right. She was basically saying, I was just talking to a friend. I never thought in a million years they would share this. And that's why I'm here.
No, well, kind of, sort of. She said that she thought this was private, meaning that she thought that she was on the horn talking to her friend, not. Right. Yeah. So anyway, let's see. Yeah, so that, all right, yeah, the consciousness of guilt is what was expected of her. That is, the defendant clarified to her friend, as she was disclosing secret information, that it is illegal for grand jurors to, quote unquote, talk about what was happening, and that other grand jurors don't tell other people what was happening before them. Oh boy. Okay, at least one of the defendant's unauthorized disclosures implicated public safety. On January 25th, 2024, the defendant texted her friend, redacted, quotation redacted, "It'll be in the news tonight," redacted. So I don't know what they're talking about, but they said it'll be in the news tonight. I don't know what that was.
Are they talking about the friends? So the friend has remained anonymous all this time.
Well, kind of, sort of. We're going to hear about the friend in a second, but
okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Yes, so we just know that this friend spoke to someone who has admitted that they spoke to that person, but now this person is apparently no longer her friend with the grand juror. So January 25th, 2024, the defendant texted a friend something, "It'll be in the news tonight." I think that's the CDL stuff, but I'm not sure. She went on to describe the overreaching basis of redacted and specifically highlighted that redacted period. The same evening, her friend posted a public tweet which highlighted that there were impeding federal charges for the MSP. This tweet, at a time it was observed, had already gathered almost 26,000 views.
Holy cow.
It is no leap to assume that some of those views may have, wait a second, we got to go to the next page. Oh, Jesus Christ. This doesn't like to do this nicely. This is crazy. 26,000 views may have been members of the MSP, witnesses who testified, or targets in the investigation. The indictments and arrests were not public until a full 5 days later on January 30th. So I think they're talking about CDL. Indictments accompanied by arrest warrants remain sealed for reasons well known in this court. There is an inherent risk of flight, and especially when defendants have access to firearms, as would sworn police officers, a risk and danger for law enforcement tasked with executing the arrest warrants. Thankfully, the defendant's disclosure in this case did not tip off any of the targets here. Oh boy. This is, however, an egregious transgression of the rules in and of itself, given the nature and scope and unlawful disclosures. What's worse, perhaps, is the compliance with the court-ordered obligation to maintain confidentiality of the matters occurring before the grand jury should have come easily to the defendant. She has worked for years. Yeah, see, and then she works as a social worker for DCF, that's Department of Child Child and Families Services.
Department of Child, right?
Yeah,
Department
and she specifically worked in the part where she made where she would go to court and she would be the advocate for the child or the family to keep them at homes, whatever the case may be. So she knows how courts work. And that's what they're going to say, right? That's what they're saying right now. Like, she should have known because she did this. Yeah, and they talk about DCF. They talk about how
she knows about confidentiality. If she's a social worker, she knows how important confidentiality is and what that means. You know,
that is crazy. Holy shit! Oh my God, this is okay. All right, I don't have the last two pages, but can you bring up the last page? I think they just talk about. I just want to see what Ann Peruti has.
That's the last
crazy.
page.
Can you see what that says? Let me see if I can.
Let's see. It says suffered and her swift acceptance of responsibility. The government does not believe that a term of incarceration is necessary to punish the defendant, protect against her recidivism, or promote respect for the law. A term of 2 years of supervised release is sufficient and will allow U.S. probation to monitor the defendant's efforts at rehabilitation. Conclusion. On balance, the joint recommendation is a reasonable one that satisfies the court's obligation to impose a sentence that is just, that reflects the nature and seriousness of the defendant's offense, and that will adequately deter both this defendant and others who might commit the same type of crime. The government requests that the court accept the plea agreement and impose a sentence of 2 years supervised release.
Okay. All right. So, all right. And that's Ann Peruti?
That is signed by Ann Peruti.
Yes, okay. Ma'am. Yep. Chief of the Major Crimes Unit. Okay. So,
correct.
Right, so it sounds like, and I know it came out yesterday in the sentencing guidelines. It said that that the juror spoke to her friend, and this came out a little bit more, that they put him on public places like Twitter, I'm guessing, we don't know, but a public place, something similar to a Twitter, an Instagram, a Facebook, maybe a YouTube. Maybe they spoke to somebody who does YouTube presentations. Now, who admitted that they spoke to this person and their friend? Well, I think one person admitted they spoke to their friend. Can you share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, everybody. This is. I mean, we talked about this before, but
hang on, I gotta find your. It's not letting me. Just a second. I just got to scroll down here in the production room. Just a sec. Production room. Here we go. All right. Let's see what Aiden has to say. Add to stage. Okay. Let me remove the other thing first. All righty.
Oh boy.
Well, he's been in the media all week, and he's been on channels, and everybody knows what he's up against with these charges of witness intimidation and the Lindsay charges. So,
well, that's state. These are now the feds, and we're gonna hear him speak directly about this
from people who serve on federal and state grand juries.
I'm Aiden Kearney.
That was all the time from people who serve on federal and state grand juries. They're not supposed to, yeah. But that's the beauty. That's fucking Turtle Boy. That's what Turtle Boy is all about.
Just know that I know shit you don't know. For all the people who doubt me, how did I know that Allie McCabe testified in front of the grand jury before everyone else did? How did I know that she was down there in Moakley Courthouse? How did I know the exact date that Colin Albert was down there? How did I know that? How did I know that Caitlin Albert and Brian Albert Jr. were down there? How did I know that Jen McCabe was with her daughter in the courthouse when they went down there? How did I know the names Adam Deitch and Joshua Levy? How did I know all of this stuff, guys? How did I know all this? It's almost like I have sources. It's almost like I have people on the ground.
Oh boy.
Reporting back to me about what they're seeing in real life. So just know that when I say that the federal grand jury is not even close to being over, it is not even close to being over. They are gaslighting you. I am telling you as a 100% matter of fact that they're nowhere close to done. Is there another grand jury for the Albert McCabe and Proctor one? Yes, so there's two grand juries. There's the grand jury that indicted Karen Reed, and then there's the federal grand jury at Moakley Courthouse that Jen McCabe and several others got subpoenaed. This jury.
Suggesting otherwise.
He just makes a scene about this.
Getting all your daily nutrients is hard work, but nutrition gaps in your diet are inevitable.
Team was basically in the dark. The feds didn't tell them much at all. The feds never told them a thing. The feds would ask them questions, and they could glean information from the kind of questions they were asked, but they never knew specifics about what they were actually doing or anything like that, right? Until they got the Tui report. They had no idea what was going on. And so when Karen Reed and her defense team sees somebody posting online that they claim to be a federal grand juror, they're like, well, that's interesting information. We'd like to learn more about that. 2 years ago, Aiden Kearney learned about a potential source of leaked information from the federal grand jury associated with.
Okay, this is Dara. That's Dara Dagnabbit. What was that? I'm sorry.
I'll be right back. I got to run the puppy out.
Oh, yep.
The federal investigation. No, I saw a fucking comment, Dara, on a Facebook group. That's all.
Oh my God.
Live video from July 2023 seems very relevant 2 years ago. No, dipshit Dara, it doesn't. I know who she leaked to because I talked to the woman one of the many people she sent this information to about CDLs. You fucking retard. Oh my God. Stop with the internet detective shit. Just let daddy fucking report. That's what I fucking do. You're not a fucking reporter, Dara. You're not. You're some fucking idiot on Twitter who can't shut the fuck up. Okay? Just let daddy fucking handle this because this is what I fucking do. I couldn't say at the time. I speak to Karen Reed regularly. She's the one that's interested in reading the shit. Her defense team would like to learn more about the federal investigation because they don't know much about it. So they like to learn more about it. So when I say trust me, I mean trust me. I'm talking to Karen Reed, okay? And when I say that, that's me kind of covertly telling you I have something, okay? I can't tell you what that something is, but you need to trust me. Yeah, what that something is I talked to Karen Reed. That's what the something is. I'm publicly pretending like I don't at the time, but I was, and that's why I was saying, trust me. I can't tell you that I'm talking to Karen, but I'm talking to Karen, and so we both would like to read more information about this, so just trust me, bro. Just fucking trust me. Just shut the fuck up and trust me. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my fucking God. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate these people.
Instead, he claimed that a friend of Leslie's had contacted Ace.
That was the thing that got the grand juror in trouble. She didn't post it. She was telling people about it, and I know this because today, right before the show, I was on the phone with somebody who this person...
Oh my God. This is so much worse now. I watched this yesterday when the stuff came out. I didn't I didn't read the sentencing document, but Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Okay. 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 This isn't good. This is not good. Oh my God. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to. I'm speechless about this. This is not good. This is the feds. This is the FBI. This is the Department of Justice. They don't fuck around. Oh my God. This is not good. This is not good. I don't care okay, yeah, don't worry about it. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. This is not good. Now. Oh, God.
Sent that information to. And this individual was visited by the feds about it.
That's literally what we just wrote. That's literally what we just wrote. Why? Okay. I don't even want to watch this anymore. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, you're getting live stuff right now. You're getting live, geez, I'm not going to smoke on here, but Jesus Christ, do I ever want a fucking cigarette right now? Oh my God. This is so bad. This is so bad. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to put something. Let's put something else on. Let's put this is bad. This is bad. What else do I have? I'm going to have row, but we'll do row in a second. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so bad. Oh my God, this is so bad. I'm like a button to scream.
I've been listening to you from the door where I left the
This is so freaking bad. He literally said, again, I saw this yesterday before we read this. And I read 2 pages of that and I was like, holy shit, this is bad. And then to hear him say almost verbatim, this is so bad. God, this is so bad.
It's just so bizarre. So much is so bizarre. I heard.
Thank you, Shauna.
I heard him mentioning, about Dag Nabbit. So for those of you that are not on social media,
Jesus Christ.
For those of you that are not on Twitter, on the twit twat, as Aiden likes to call it, it's really interesting. It has its good and bad days. I mean, overall, there's always something good you can find there, because if you like to follow sports or politics or anything at all, you can go look and find interesting articles and connections to news media, connections to other people that are interested in what you're interested in. And that's where the whole hashtag thing came from. When Twitter was first invented, you put the hashtag and then that connects people. And a lot of people make fun of the hashtags, but that was a way that you could, like in the search bar, you could put up hashtag domestic violence, and then anything that has to do with domestic violence would come up, so that you could go find other people, like-minded people who advocate for, against domestic violence and for ending it, or, hashtag family life, and so I've been on Twitter since the beginning, and I still enjoy it for the most part. But for those of you that are following the Karen Read case and the other cases in Massachusetts or any other cases around the country, it's been really something. I don't even know how to explain what it's been. The free Karen Read people that are on Twitter versus the anti-Karen Read that are on Twitter, they argue every day. I can't even imagine how many hours they've each spent arguing with each other about whether or not Karen Read hit him with her car, and re-talking out over the evidence. Now that's okay, that's healthy, but they argue constantly, and neither side's going to convince the other side, because those that are just stuck in the grain, stuck in the mud, that she hit him with the car, are not coming around. 2 trials didn't bring him around. You're not going to bring him around with Twitter arguing, Twitter debate. But a lot of it gets really mean and nasty. So there's a bunch of, they call them sock puppet accounts, I guess. I did not know that. I've learned this along the way. So there's these sock puppet accounts now on Twitter X where they're not really who they, profess to be. And they're run by somebody who is nasty in their own right on their own account, and then they come up with these extra accounts to be extra nasty, but anonymously, more or less, right? So everybody's been trying to out for the last 6 months. I mean, especially since the trial ended, because there's not as much to talk about or debate while we're waiting to see if anybody's going to reinvestigate this case and try to get justice for John O'Keefe. So people are constantly arguing on the Twitter. It's not happening as much on Facebook, but it is happening. I mean, there's Facebook groups, Free Karen Reed, Justice for John O'Keefe. There's now a Justice for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And so people come on those groups and try to be instigators and shit disturbers, as they like to call them, and talk the opposite talk and speak the opposite speak and get involved in these debates. And some people can be quite nasty and mean. So several of the Free Karen Reed movement, who aren't exactly turtle riders, and they don't really love what he's got to say other than what he's done for the case, but they don't love his presentation style. They are, always constantly chirping about him. And they're also chirping about all these fake accounts and people behind them and doing nefarious things. So it's just a lot. And for those of you that aren't on there, just be grateful you're missing if you like to see good, healthy stuff. If you like to see news articles about your favorite teams, or you like to follow important advocacy matters, and you can go find other people that are following it that post interesting articles and interesting connections. So there are good things about Twitter, but there's also a lot of hate going on and a lot of slander going on between the anti-Karen Reed and the Free Karen Reed. And it's been going on all this time. And it just never seems to end. And then somehow they end up involving innocents in it, who really have nothing, no play in the game, who don't really want to get involved. But you make one or two comments in a defense of someone else, and then suddenly you're in it. And then these kind of hate-filled people who all they want to do all day is bring people down, then they're on your back, then they're tweeting about you, and then you're drug into it. It's just really crazy. I saw somebody that got drug into it a couple days ago who posted, "Why
Shop Granger, talk shop
in this? I'm just an innocent person trying to help with the whole Justice for John O'Keefe movement. How did I get brought into this?" So it's really quite something how it can
for your shop. 1 million industrial grade products backed by 24/7.
What do you got for us, Julie? I keep hearing advertising. What?
What's that? I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I kept hearing advertisements. Whatever you're clicking on was playing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, really? Even though because it's in the background. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was switching.
Oh, that's
I wanted
okay.
to get that.
I just didn't know if you wanted to start playing something else or not.
I don't want to. I'm so beside myself with like this. Like, this is bad. This is bad.
So what do you think will come of it?
Nothing good. Oh my God, nothing good. Like, why? Why? Oh my God! Like, this the FBI. This the FBI.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
It really makes you realize that a lot of people don't take some of this seriously, that they're so involved in the trying to solve the case and trying to out people, that they're not taking seriously what witness intimidation means, what the oath that you take when you go before a grand jury, that you're not allowed to talk about anything. Other employees, I mean, when he's saying he has sources, I mean, journalists have had sources since the dawn of time. And if it wasn't for sources, when you think about it, a lot of crime wouldn't come to light, because there's been many great investigative journalists in the past who have broken cases wide open, including the Epstein situation, the disaster that is the Epstein files, that have broken cases wide open where the police couldn't go, a journalist was able to go. So there is something credible about sources. And as a journalist, you always protect your sources. You don't want to put your sources in danger. And anybody willing to take a risk and be a whistleblower or give information to a journalist who is an independent journalist, that's all okay, in my opinion, because some things have to come out and have to come to light. But as a journalist, you also hold this huge responsibility to decide, is this something I really need to put out in the public? Because this is something that came from a closed door situation, a closed door meeting. Is this going to advance the cause that I'm trying to stand on this hill that I'm going to die on. So that's what you have to do as a journalist. You have to decide, is it worth it for me to put this out in the public, or should I leave it where it is and wait for it to come out naturally in the whole events of a case? And that's where it gets really tricky. So, and that's where laws can be broken or not broken. And the Not Haley Walbrook account on Twitter, who is owned by a man named Jason, he has been on the Twitter constantly causing trouble, stirring up trouble, getting involved in other people's drama. For whatever reason, he inserts himself in it constantly. And then he decides to post the entire phone records of Lindsay, who is involved in this court cases. I'm going to branch into our next subject here that we're going to talk about. So let me unshare the screen here for the time being so I can reshare it. So hopefully it will. Oh, geez, it did it again. It put me in a small box again. What the heck? Geez, Julie, I'm telling you, live stream is trying to mess with me tonight. Remind me to email them that there was major problems switching back and forth from sharing the screen and not sharing the screen. I don't know why it's doing that tonight, but so I want to bring something up to show you guys. First of all, I want to show you something funny, because we're just to break the ice here for a minute. We've talked about a lot of heavy stuff tonight, a lot of serious topics tonight. So let me bring up something, if it's going to let me. Hopefully it'll let me go back to share my screen, but I want to bring up something for you guys that I found to be hysterical, that I found completely accidentally. And it's almost perfect for our bridge into this situation with Lindsay Gattani and these charges, this lawsuit with her and Aiden, which is completely a sidebar, but not a sidebar because it's involving Tully and Mello and all these people that were part of the John O'Keefe case. So let me try to see if I can get this. Hang on a second. It's going to take me a minute to pull it up. Is it showing up yet, Julie?
No, not yet.
Okay, shoot. That's not it. That's not what I wanted. Sorry. Give me a second. It gave me the wrong thing. I want this one. There we go. Let me pull this one up. Let's try it now. See, this is coming from Facebook, so we'll see how this works. Sometimes it's tricky when I share things from Facebook. Hang on a second now. All right. Can you see it now?
Nope.
Is it up now?
Now it is. Yep.
Okay. All right. Let me try to figure out the volume, because it's always kind of weird when I share Facebook. I'm not finding it. There it is. What the fuck? What? All right. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bitch, what the fuck? Bitch, what the fuck? Can you hear it okay?
Who's this?
What the fuck? These are these women singing their own little song. I cannot get the screen. What the fuck? Were you able to hear that song at all?
Oh, do you have something up? Nothing came up.
Okay, hang on a second. We're having some major technical difficulties right now with the production of this screen. It is not allowing me to back up.
StreamYard is also blown away by the breaking news from the federal court.
StreamYard is completely blown away. They cannot believe that this is happening.
I mean, I'm shook. I'm still shook. Like, what's going to happen? Like, Jesus Christ, what's going to happen next week?
I don't know. It's just always something, isn't it? Okay, there. I think I've been able to bring us back up here. I'm going to have to, don't let me forget to email StreamYard how bizarre this was, how it kept minimizing our screen. So I found this really funny song with these two women singing kind of a cappella. Were you able to hear it at all?
Were they just singing bitch, what the fuck?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right.
So I just thought that was funny. So I wanted to share it with you guys. You were able to see them, were you?
Yeah, I could see them, and then I heard them afterwards. I wasn't sure if they were part of like the Free Karen Read people, or it was just like a generic people.
No,
singing.
it was just something hysterical that I found that, and they were referring to something that was upsetting to them, and I just thought, well, that is perfect for the whole Kate Peters, Lindsay Gattani, this whole nonsense with this craziness. But it's not really nonsense, Julie, because
no, I don't think so.
It's not nonsense because it's criminal if Tully purposely, if Tully and Mello and who's the other shenanigan involved? Who else was Kate Peters talking to behind the scenes?
Well, a lot of people.
And you have, well, no, the main guy, Morrissey. And you have to ask, you got to ask yourself, like, how does an average mom who lives in the Canton area end up talking to these powerful people in law enforcement and in the government? It's crazy town. It's absolutely crazy town. And the fact that both these women were interviewed on Court TV for their part in all of this, this insanity, you can't make this shit up. It absolutely blows my mind. And they both, in my opinion, both these young women need severe counseling. They need it now. They need it fast. They need a lot of it. And they need to move on with their freaking lives and quit living on the internet every day and living on the hatred that they both have now amassed for Aiden from their personal experiences with him, because it's just very demeaning to them to behave in this nature. I don't think they see it that way, but the way that they're behaving in the social media world and what they have done behind the scenes with the government, the crooked government and the dirty cops, it could shatter their lives. It could cause them to have just irreparable harm in their lives for the rest of their lives if they don't make peace with all this and get out of it. It's you can't even write a screenplay this nefarious and this nasty, because you truly can't make this shit up, what's gone on behind the scenes of the death of John O'Keefe. I often have thought to myself and wondered, what in the world would John O'Keefe think of all of this? All of this shit that has gone on behind the scenes in social media and in their little Discord, that crazy thing called Discord. I never even knew what that was until I started live streaming. This little back channel room where you can have a whole group of you in on conversations and sharing stuff. It's like a private little room run by this company called Discord. And apparently there's been undercover people that were supposedly anti-Karen Read that were undercover and in Discords of Free Karen Read and vice versa. And it's like they've created their own soap opera. It's like they have their own One Life to Live, or As the World Turns, Julie. It's just gotten out of hand in just so many ways. And there's all these little side bickerings going on and people dissing each other and not being friends with one or the other anymore. And just constantly criticizing each other on Twitter, and more like being downright nasty and mean and calling each other names. And I mean, I've never seen anything like it ever in my life.
Whatever becomes of this, I mean, I'm so sorry. I'm absolutely just shocked and stunned by reading what came out of the Department of Justice, and then like rewatching some of that and going, oh my God, it's almost like verbatim.
Mm-hmm.
But this is going to be epically huge. And just the fact that, again, 2 months ago now, 2 months ago when I went to federal court, and no one except for the four of us were outside.
Right.
And again, Captain Loftus was inside, and just to like no one's really kind of sort of picked up on this. And then, this comes out with this explosion. What is this going to turn into? This is going to be earth shattering.
I don't know. It's really going to be something to watch. I'm glad it's not my life on the line or my.
Jesus Christ! I think. Wait, I'm gonna go off camera for a second because.
You're okay. I'm going to pull up. Let me see if I've got this link. So Aiden today had quite the conversation, I've been told by others on social media, with these two lawyers. So most of you know who Brother Counsel is, the man on the left. He's been following the Karen Read trial for quite a while now, and he was very slow to be accepted by the by the Free Karen Reed main core movement. They were very slow to accept him because they had Mark Betterow, they had Melanie Little. They like Emily D. Baker, but they don't speak of her much, and she's in her own world. She's not part of this whole core group of Karen Reed people. She just covers the case because she covers all the cases that she does. She does her own thing. She's not but this core group of Free Karen Reed live streamers decide collectively who they let in and who they don't let into their special group. It's very interesting. It's like high school almost. I hate to say it, but that's sort of how it presents itself. So it took them a while. I was paying very good attention to this through the whole year that I've been live streaming. They've never allowed me in their circle. But they finally did bring Brother Counseling, but it took a while. He was constantly talking about the case, having his live streams, doing interesting work with the live streams, and slowly but surely, he was brought into this special intimate circle of the Free Karen Reed movement. So I found that to be interesting. Then he added, must be a colleague, friend of his, and they had a little meet and greet today. So let me pull up a little clip of this and we'll kind of chit chat about it. If I can get this darn production studio to cooperate with me with the share the screen, we're going to try. Okay. So let me pull that up here. Hang on just a second. I just have to get the link pulled out of my case deck here. I keep all the links for everything we're going to do on Friday Night Lives in a case deck, just like I do for all the victims that we advocate for. And then all I have to do is copy and paste it right into the bar, and then I can just share it with you all. So let me grab the slide that has it on, which I'm doing now. It takes a little bit to work production when you're doing both post. I just hope that I don't have an issue with it. Try to
blend.
Right.
It's lightweight, scentless, and comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. That's right. If you see no changes in your hair in...
Okay. Is it playing, Julie?
All right. Good afternoon to everybody out there. It has been a few days.
Hit it again.
It's really been a few weeks in coming.
Can you
probably
see
a few
the
months
screen,
in
Julie?
coming.
Yeah, you got to blow the. You got to make it big.
Myself.
Yeah,
I should say,
it's
Dr.
doing that
Fiddleboy,
weird thing
Is
again.
it frozen again?
Salman
Hear
are
it?
all going to sit down together.
Yeah,
Some of you may remember that I
playing.
sat down
Can you
with
hear it or not?
Dr.
Yeah, I can
Turtleboy
hear it.
himself, probably a
As long as
couple
you guys
months
can hear
before the retrial. I think it was after.
Whoop. Then it went away. What happened?
Hang on a second. This is crazy what's happening tonight. So annoying. Sorry, guys. It's just a lot of technical issues tonight. Stand by. I'm going to have to try it again. It's crazy how weird this is tonight. I'm just kind of taken aback by this. I'm going to keep trying to get it fixed, but I don't really know why it keeps doing what it's doing. That's the problem. I don't have any logic to why this is causing this crazy problem tonight, but I'm going to have to write to StreamYard because I've fixed it 3 times now by clicking a couple buttons that I thought I would try to click, but now it's not letting me again. So at least I can get the volume up. So stand by. I'm going to try to bring the volume back up for y'all. And Julie, let me know if you can hear it. It's not that important if you can see it.
Okay.
With Aiden himself, I want to just watch as an observer, comment.
Rah guy.
And Norfolk County.
Emerging on my YouTube.
No.
People that do not like Aiden so much are probably
we're good.
But I'm going to tell you right now, you're probably not going to get anything from today because this is carefully planned, and we got a lot of smart people, and you're probably not going to get anything. So you may as well just turn it off right now. All right. So without any further ado, let's bring on the doctor himself, Dr. Turtle.
How's it going, brother counsel?
Doctor, I'm glad that you finally joined back. I'm happy that we're able to do this. Really wanted to, invite you on after you were so gracious to invite me on. I think we had a great conversation last time, don't you?
Yes, we did. I don't even remember what we talked about, but I remember it was pleasant. I think it was when you kind of first started emerging on my YouTube timeline feed, whatever, and started watching your videos. And then I had you on. I really don't remember exactly. I think you were like new to the case. And I thought that was like interesting perspective to have you on as an attorney to hear what you had to say. And you've obviously gotten real into it since then. And now you know the Karen Reed case real well, and you're learning about my case too.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Massachusetts is really, sucking me in. I got Brian Walsh now also that I'm on my radar. We got Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I may as well just open up a office for Brother Counsel Studios in Massachusetts at this point. But
Yeah,
I do remember.
There's going to be no shortage of clients out here. I'll tell you that much.
Norfolk County, maybe.
Yeah.
I do remember, actually, it was right after I had Kate and Kevin on when we had that little discussion there, and you invited me on shortly after. And I remember what we spoke about off camera before we started talking about the show. You said, one thing you said, we're not going to talk about your discussion with Kate and Kevin. We're going to talk about other stuff. So,
Right. Yeah, because I didn't want to give them fodder. I kind of liked you as a neutral guy, and I still consider you that. You're not a rah-rah guy. You're not like a free carry, whatever. Like that's what people like about you is you're an attorney and you break it down, the legal way and talk about the facts of it all. And so I thought that if I started getting into the messiness of it all, start talking about Kate and Plevin, then it would dilute from what we're actually trying to accomplish there. So we avoided that topic.
Yeah, I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea about anything about your history with Kate before that show. I mean, I was, very new to at that point. I was just watching the Karen Reed case, looking at the documents, doing research, giving my opinion, my legal analysis. I had no idea about all the drama, especially now after I've seen everything that went on with your case. I'm seeing how deep it went, and the deep, I don't know, hatred perhaps that she may have for you.
Yeah.
But I didn't even know that. I had no clue about that.
Yeah, there was too much to explain for a first meeting. You know what I mean? I didn't want to, and I didn't want to prejudice you about your opinion of her or me. So I didn't want to get into that because a lot of it's messy. A lot of it's, like you said, drama. Although it began as drama, it has turned into something much more serious because Kate, she has been obsessed with me for several years now. But she finally found a police department who is willing to work with her. And so this is the first time it's become like actually serious.
Yeah, and of course, there's probably a lot that we do not see from the motion itself that you're probably not allowed to talk about. So let's not go there.
For sure.
Okay, so before we get into more of the details about what we're going to talk about today, we have to bring on the other guest today, national trial attorney Solomon Randner, who also for the first time is meeting the doctor himself. So here we go. Solomon, glad that you can rejoin Brother Counsel right here.
Glad to be here. Glad to be on with the doctor. Doctor, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Esquire. Is that your eminence? What should I call you? Mr. Ragnar?
Solomon.
Solomon. All right, we'll go with that.
Yeah, Brother Solomon. Brother Solomon.
Brother Solomon.
Yeah. First question to you, Aiden. First question that I have written down here that I want to ask you is, which would you really prefer? Would you have preferred center stage at CrimeCon or the Wilbur?
No, not even a question. The Wilbur. That was awesome. That was so cool. And we're going to do it again. I mean, CrimeCon would have been, cool to go to Denver and be honored. But I don't know anything about CrimeCon. I found out some stuff afterwards that it's a very pro prosecution in general thing, which is why they appear to ignore the biggest murder trial in the country at their little convention, and they focus on Delphi instead, which obviously resulted in a conviction. And they kind of I think that if Karen Reed had been convicted, I think they would have invited the O'Keefes and other people and maybe the McAlberts to CrimeCon. So I think her being acquitted was not what they wanted to see.
And they didn't have any sort of day or program dedicated to Karen Reed, right?
To my knowledge, I don't know. I think they wanted to use me they invited me months ago, and I think they kind of were hoping that I could bring Karen Reed with me. But that didn't happen. So they just were like, yeah, we're all set then. So it's like, okay. I mean, I can't believe they thought Karen Reed would actually go to that, which is just crazy to me. Like, I guess I'd never heard of CrimeCon before they invited me there, but I'm like, sure, sounds like fun. A free trip to Denver, give it a shot. But
were you invited and then uninvited?
Yeah, I was invited months ago by Susan Hendricks, who is one of their interviewers there on stage. And, she talked to me throughout the trial. She was there when the acquittal happened. She was outside. Like she understood what a big deal this whole thing was. But apparently she kind of just led me on. I kept asking her, like, when are, so can I make the announcement? And she's like, not yet. Not yet. I just have to figure out a couple more things. And then eventually I was just like, can I make this announcement or not? And she's like, okay, I talked to them and I'm sorry, Aiden, but you're not coming. And I'm like, okay, thank you for leading me on for 3 months, but I appreciate that.
Thousands of women are raving about this needle-free filler that erases sagging mouth corners, jowl.
And that's because you couldn't bring Karen with you?
Yeah, that's my theory. Because she kept asking me, they want to know if you could bring Karen and her lawyers with you. And I'm like, no, it's not like a joint package like that,
Gotcha. That makes sense.
No, I mean, I can't imagine a true crime of.
Plus, Julie, that would be crazy for them to expect Karen Reed and her lawyers to go to CrimeCon.
Yeah, I think that's what they wanted, but
that's insane, right? That's insane to expect that with her having to do this civil trial. And I mean, the fact that they even thought that was an opportunity, even an opportunity, seems very bizarre to me.
Well, that and I mean, what came out since the CrimeCon stuff and what's come out recently with Cosgrove making motions for the phone and everything else. So I mean, who the hell knows what's coming? I mean, Jesus. But yeah, I mean, to get them to come out there, there's no way whatsoever.
No way. I'm going to fast forward a little bit and see if he talks about anything super interesting. We're certainly not going to watch the whole thing. If you guys, obviously many of you probably already watched it. And if you're interested, you just go to Brother Counsel's YouTube channel. I'm still having this weird technical problem with in the production room. So I can't even get Julie and I back up on screen. I have no clue what you guys are seeing. Shauna, or MCAT, can you tell me what you guys are seeing? What I'm seeing is just this little dot on the screen. I no longer see Julie and I or our screen or anything. I don't know what the heck happened to it.
It's just you.
We're just frozen.
We're in the abyss.
We're in the abyss. Is it just the Social Change Warriors logo? That's all that's up?
Yep. And whenever you speak, it vibrates. So yeah.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But it's just so weird because I don't see that. All I see is this like little dot in the middle of my screen. I can't even see anything. So, and I've clicked on all the little tricks that I clicked on before to get us out of this weird thing. So I'll have to email StreamYard. They're pretty good about getting back to me really quickly. So I think we can talk. I'll fast forward this and see if there's anything of real interest here that we would be interested in hearing. Otherwise we can speak on this more next week because this will still be here. So let me just fast forward a little bit and see if they get into anything that I'm interested in hearing about.
Tail like broke and then somehow went through his sleeve without cutting it at all, and it caused these linear parallel laceration pairs all over. What? Who believes this? This is madness. That's what I mean. You're just like, am I crazy? This can't be real, right?
Well, the judge did everything she could to restrict the defense's experts' testimony on that.
Yeah,
there were some really asinine rulings there.
We didn't even hear the best witness. You guys missed Garrett Wing. If you haven't seen the Melanie Little episode where she interviews Garrett Wing, who was on the witness list.
Right. He was on the witness list.
He is. Oh, yeah. You thought, I mean, I love Dr. Marie Russell, but this guy was like 10 times more effective when you hear it. And I wish we got to hear him speak. He would have been awesome.
Oh,
you take the win any way you can get it, but she won. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, they had so much. At the second trial, they had so much on there. La Posada. I mean, okay. Anyway, let's not talk about the trial with Karen Reed. We did that already. But let me ask you this. Aiden, did you see the Karen Reed motion to dismiss in the civil case?
I did see it. I watched the hearing the other day, and it seems more like the Turtle Boy hearing, I would call it, because the guy kept bringing my name up and kept mentioning me, and I'm like, I'm not the one being sued here, am I?
I don't understand this. I've been telling this to my channel. I've been telling this on Twitter. I don't understand why people keep injecting you into the Karen Reed case. I mean, that's like when their argument goes off the rails. Like, they sound decent until they start talking about, and then she was funneling information to Turtle Boy, and then Turtle Boy was using it, and she's like basically the editor of Turtle Boy. I'm like, and I even put on a post like, oh, did you know that Karen Reed, like,
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, she edits your 3-hour videos that you're just doing impromptu without,
If
without
they would have already named her as a co-defendant in your case if they actually thought they could say that with a straight face.
It's crazy that that's how they've spun this. The reality of it all, the truth of it all is that I'm a reporter and Karen Reed is a source of my reporting. And if she chooses to be anonymous, I will grant her that choice. If she wanted to use her real name, I would have printed her name, but she wanted to be anonymous. And when sources give you information, they can either give you information on the record or off the record. And so they're like, well, she directed him what to say. Yeah, she said that you can say this because that's on the record, but you can't say this because that's off the record. And it's just it's such a simple concept that they've somehow turned into.
That's true, though. What he's saying is absolutely true. Those are the rules of journalism and sources. So that's quite interesting, and it is absolutely true.
Yeah, but is that what we saw, though? I mean, it seems like he always kind of has a name to every single source that he has eventually.
Well, I mean, I've never believed in a million years that Karen Reed was going to be willing to tank her and possibly go to jail for 20 years by trying to intimidate witnesses. I've never believed that she did that. I still don't. Like I said, are they witnesses or are they suspects? It makes the area very murky and gray, but I think she was trying to save her life. I think she was a woman who knew she was accused of something she didn't do. And she was trying to do anything and everything she could that was within her means to do to save her life before, to try to get support and get advocacy for herself before the trial. I would do the same. I mean, if somebody accused me of doing something I didn't do, and I had to try to get advocacy and get people behind me, who wouldn't do that, right? So this part's interesting. Let's see what else they have to say.
She's directing him what to do.
I talk to reporters all the time, and very often there's plenty of times where a reporter will call me, and the first thing I'll say is, I'll talk to you off the record first.
Right.
When we talk off the record, then sometimes I'm willing to go on the record.
Mm-hmm.
Or there are things that while I'm talking to them, I'll say, okay, I can answer that question for you, but it's off the record, that we can go back on. That's perfectly normal. That's just part of journalism.
So I'll give you an example. Lucky Loughran. She had told me about Lucky Loughran after a few weeks. She had told me that there's a plow driver who we spoke with who told us that he drove by and that there was no body on the lawn and that there was a Ford Edge there. And she showed me, she goes, this is off the record. And she shows me the interview between her private investigator, Paul Mikowski, and Lucky Loughran. And she's like, but you can't.
What'd you say, Jules?
Oh, that was his name, Paul Mikowski. I couldn't think of it when we played. And again, I haven't seen this or heard this. So this is interesting that he brought up Lucky and the private investigator when we just talked. Saw Lucky's testimony from trial 1 saying the exact same thing. So that's interesting.
Right.
Can't report on this because it's not public yet. And so I said, well, what if I find Lucky Loughran and I interview him myself? Then you're not involved. Then it's this is just reporting, right? And so I went down to the DPW and I wanted to know who plowed the road that night, and I was able to get from them the name Lucky Loughran, right? And then I was able to track down Lucky Loughran. He was a little hesitant at first, and that's why Hank accused me of
Are we still playing?
Yeah, stand by. I think I figured it out. I might have gotten us out of the prop.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I turned it off. I got
okay.
us. Yeah, I turned it off for a second. Hang on. Yeah, stand by. I the whole time he's been speaking, we've been listening. I've been messing in the production room trying to get us back.
You're behind the scenes.
Yeah, behind the scenes. I have no clue what weird shit's going on with minimizing our screen like that. Can't wait to email them and say, hey, what the heck is this? Why is this happening to us? Why are we minimized? And now we're in this purple box. Let me get us out of there. Okay, I think I got us back, Julie.
There we are. That's as I
Yay, we're back. Wow, this technical stuff has really been something tonight. But at least I messed with it long enough that I finally figured out. I don't know how. I still don't even for sure know how I did it. But yeah, so this is interesting. Everything to do with the witness intimidation charges. I've said this many times. I don't believe the rolling rallies or anything that was done. It's not what I would have done as a journalist, but I don't believe that it was witness intimidation. I really don't. And I think the nefarious nonsense that has been coming out, that it appears that Morrissey and Mello and possibly Cosgrove and Kate Peters and Lindsay and who knows who else, possibly Jen McCabe, because we know she was behind the scenes many times we'll find out according to her phone records. But I really think they were doing everything they could to end the Free Karen Read movement, because they were concerned that the Free Karen Read movement was going to be too big and that it would affect what happened in the trial. Because how does any normal citizen stay that clean away from what's going on in your community? Because here's the catch and checks and balances, right, of having a jury in your community. And this is why some trials get moved, because they don't believe that the accused can have a fair trial because all the press is so negative against them. Where in this case, it was a flip. All the press was negative against the police and the government. And there was this huge, outpouring of sympathy and support for this woman who was wrongfully accused, according to so many people. And so what they should have done, and they didn't do, is they should have moved it. They probably should have moved Karen Read's trial to another county where maybe people weren't paying attention as much, because in the beginning, no one really knew about this case. It appeared to be just another really bad party night gone wrong, which happens a lot around our country with drunk driving, people getting accidentally unalived. And they didn't move it. So they left themselves in a real pickle. And so when they were trying to, and they did effectively, put Aiden in jail for, what was it, 60 days or 90 days? I forgot. But they were trying to silence him. I mean, there's no other way you can see that. And it's egregious. It's totally misuse of power. And if you don't like him, that's okay. Nobody has to like me. Nobody has to like Melanie Little. Nobody has to like Nurse Kim. We're all live streamers. I'm a very small content creator based on my numbers, but I'm still doing what they do. I do research all week. I look for things to talk to you about. I look for things to share with you. I'm a live streamer now. I might only have 1,060 odd some subscribers compared to everybody else, but I have been live streaming about this case for a solid year, and all the other cases that we're covering around the country. Sandra Birchmore, Suzanne Morphew, Suzanne Clark Simpson, been in touch with family members from all of these people. My cases here in Florida, I haven't reached that plateau like these other content creators have, but they are content creators and they are covering this case, and they've all been doing their best to cover it as fairly and giving their opinion as to what happened in this case based on the evidence. And what's going on in Massachusetts is egregious. I mean, you can not like me, but what I say, you have to respect. That when I say that what's happened in Massachusetts is egregious, you really should agree with me, because it's the truth. All the evidence is there. And when Turtle Boy and Aiden has talked about all of these, the nefarious behaviors of all of these people involved in the Karen Read case, we watched on Friday Night Live since January. We went over all the testimony. They are lying. And we are only a small group here, but there are thousands of people out there that believe that the McCabe's and the Alberts lied on stand. And that's just that, right? I mean, what else can you say? So this is all very interesting. I guess we'll be back next week, Julie, and we'll go over more in depth some of the things that we talked about tonight, because more will come up. There'll be more updates to make, and we'll have more to share with you. So we appreciate if you want to leave us comments on the replay. All of you that will watch on the replay, please do. If you have any questions or you want us to bring something up or re-show something, we're always happy to do that. Right, Julie?
Yeah, I mean, there's a shitload of stuff going on, and I mean, we had, there was this morning, there was the breaking news that we covered, and then there was the stuff that came out with the feds, and then by this time next week we'll have, what's going on with the federal jury will have been done, and who the hell knows what's going to come out with that. I mean, when I went to court back in August, saying like, yep, they're going to accept it, whatever it was, and I felt like they were going to drop indictments on who they were going to drop indictments on. Who the hell knows? But I said, well, they might drop indictments now. When I talked to Grant and some other people, were like, well, no, they're still going to cook. It's going to take some time. But I mean, Jesus Christ, to read that, like, what do they have? Like, this is going to be monumental. But I mean, like, there's still other stuff going on too. Like, there's the follow of this. Like you said, like, like if with all the stuff that's going on, like if John O'Keefe were looking down on us, like, what would he see about this? Like in the direction that it's gone, with everybody fighting online and who's doing this and who's doing that. I still look at the silver lining of this and say, well, because of, it's like any loss of life is shitty, and just the way that this is going to happen with how, like you and I think that something else happened, and we believe that in our opinion those people are still walking around when something needs to come. But if Karen Read were to be found guilty, and only Karen Read and only Karen Read, we wouldn't have the what's going on now in Norfolk in front of Judge Krupp with the Miles King, Brian Walsh, and all those cases with showing like, hey, what happened with Proctor and Lally and all these guys with like ridiculous amount of search warrants. With the Miles King case, he got let out of jail after being in jail for 3.5 years with, like Lally said, part of 2 search warrants. Well, there's another case, which is, I think, is a Johnson case that also Rosemary Scapicio is working on, where she actually just submitted yesterday, and she was not happy, and you could tell she's happy, and that makes me that doesn't make me happy to see, but you could see all over her face that she was just not happy with how things are going, because it was kind of stalled a little bit. But she put in a bail, I think it was 30 pages or whatever it is, going to be argued later in October. Is it bail revocation or bail hearing, where she's basically saying like, hey, this guy has been in jail for 3 years, very similar to Miles King, and there are 14 search warrants that are not completed, that are outstanding, that she is looking for, saying, where is this? Now, if Karen Read were found guilty, I don't think that we would have the eyes on this that we would have, but because there were all these questions about the investigation, how this is done. And again, David and Eddie also said the same thing. Because of the investigation, how it would be like, we would ask for something and they'd say, no. Oh, we have to give it to you? Maybe we'll give it to you 5 minutes for it. And then the Brian Walsh people came up and was like, we're doing motions limine on August 7th. We need to know what you guys have. And the ADA said, well, I can't not tell you that it's exculpatory, but we need, and then it's like the game of telephone. Like, how do we get it to over here? Let's talk to the feds. Let's talk to this one. And so I don't think any of that would have been seen. I don't think any of that would have been forefront. And all these, just the, like JFK says, like the tentacles, but like all these fingers where it's like, all right, what's going on in like specifically Norfolk, but it happens all over the place. It happens all over Massachusetts, Eastern Massachusetts, but we're seeing it here. I don't think that would have happened. And so, I mean, it sucks that, again, he's not here. Right. And, but if this is what comes of it, like if this is the good part of what comes with it, then I think that it's great that this is shining light on it. I mean, again, it sucks that, like you'd rather say like, well, what do you want to see? Do we have Officer John O'Keefe, or would you rather see this? Of course, you're going to say, no, give me Officer John O'Keefe. But this is the silver lining that, again, I'm trying to look at the good part of it. So, yeah, I mean, there's still a whole bunch of stuff that's going to come out of this, and just to see like what comes of it. But my God, like that federal document, like I'm still shook.
Well, thanks for finding that. Thanks for sharing it, and we'll definitely talk more about it next week. One thing I wanted to mention too is that the Sandra Birchmore case, Matthew Farwell is supposed to finally be going to court, finally going to see his day in court in October. We'll keep you posted, because every month they tell us it's going to happen. It doesn't happen, and they push it. So we'll keep you posted on that. It's supposed to happen sometime in mid-October.
The 16th.
Thank you. And then Joshua Heel finally made his like restitution, basically, that he agreed that he would never be a law enforcement officer in the state of Massachusetts. But my concern is, Julie, is can he pull an end run around now and go try to get a job in a different state as a police officer after the nefarious, disgusting behavior There is no evidence as of yet, not as of now, that he was involved with Sandra Birchmore prior to her being 18. He is admitted to having sex with her while he was on duty in his car after she was 18. So there would be no law broken there other than the law of his department, that he went against his oath as an officer and was behaving in a nefarious, despicable way on duty. And something I found interesting in a Facebook group that I follow, people were commenting that a lot of people in the town through the years, had shared, even prior to social media, some of the creepiness of these Stoughton police officers, of Robert Devine, of Matthew Farwell, William Farwell, Joshua Heel. People aren't stupid. And creepy people, even though they try to hide it, sometimes you can still see that they are creepy. Now, a lot of them, you can't. They wear a mask. Like Matthew and Farwell and his brother were very good at coming across as these suit-wearing, officers, police officers in a promotional, they were no longer wearing police uniforms. Matthew had been promoted to, what was he, a detective or a sergeant? I don't remember now, but he was wearing a suit, I believe, on the job, and his badge was on his, lapel, and looking all Mr. Authoritarian and knowing what he's doing and all that stuff. Now, his brother left the state when this all went down after his brother got arrested. So that should tell you something. I mean, he's, out there somewhere in Utah or New Mexico. I think it's New Mexico is where we figured out, because one of the people I follow on Twitter posted. Posted that he was arrested for a domestic dispute with his wife. And I'm sure that's not the first. It's just the first time the police were called. That guy is, to me, he's a very loose cannon. And I would be very concerned if I was his family members or anyone living in his household, what he is capable of. I mean, it's just very nerve-wracking to me that he's out there running around and is able to be out in the public. I think he participated in the underage situation. And now we know that Matthew Farwell was not the biological father of Sandra's baby. So it's got to be one of these guys. I mean, this is who she was, basically being shared amongst all these men. It's just a sad, despicable situation, what they put her through and how they treated her through the years. So I will look forward to seeing more of them get arrested if there is enough evidence to arrest them. Obviously, Joshua Heel is not getting arrested. They haven't been able to have any evidence that he was involved in the unaliving of Sandra or the cover-up, what I believe allegedly was the cover-up. I think someone helped Matthew Farwell cover up Sandra's death and make it look like an unaliving of herself. There's no way he did that by himself. And I hope all those people rot in hell after they die. But I also hope they go to jail before they die. I hope they all go to jail. I hope Matthew Farwell is not the only one that goes to jail, because I think the evidence shows us, and there's plenty in Sandra's diary that she left behind that's been, allowed to be seen by her family and by Mizzy and her cousin that have been advocating for her. And speaking of that, they have a website, and I shared it on my Twitter and on my Facebook. If you're not on Twitter or Facebook, could you please email me and I will send you. I don't want to go off this screen anymore tonight because we're having technical problems. So I'm not going to, I have a slide I was going to pull up that Mizzy asked us all to share their website. They're trying to get more attention to their website after the Dateline. If you didn't see the Dateline, it was very well done, but it was really everything that Mizzy has ever talked about on her channel, and pretty much everything we've ever talked about on our channel here about the Sandra Birchmore case. It was just done in a highly professional production setting with Dateline, of course, with all their money. But it wasn't, there was really nothing we didn't know. So, but I will share, I shared on my Facebook and on my Twitter. If you don't have any social media, just send me an email and I'll give you Mizzy's website for the Sandra Birchmore, justiceforsandra.birchmore.com. And you can go on that and take a look at it. It has all the court records, everything you'd ever need to know about the Sandra Birchmore case if you have questions. So I can bring it up again next week too, once I figure out this technical issue. I don't want to remove Julie and I from the platform with any more slide decks or photos right now because of the weird technical problems we had while we close out the show tonight. But that was one of my other updates. My other update is Suzanne Morphew. Barry Morphew was back in court a few weeks ago. If you recall, I shared that the judge did not remove any kind of bail, but they did. So his bail is $3 million, but they did allow him to get, he was allowed to try and get a certificate of bail, of a bond, where he only had to get $300,000, and that money could not be refunded to him, but that would hold basically his bail in place and allow him to be out of custody. So he is now free. He is out there in the wind, doing whatever Barry does. He's still got supporters. People believe that he was not the one that unalived Suzanne. I'm not one of them. Sorry, Barry, but I 100% believe that you unalived Suzanne Morphew, and that you knew exactly what you were doing of sound mind and body. And I can't wait to watch your trial. So please don't unalive yourself. Please don't disappear to Mexico. I want to see your trial, and I would really expect that they will find you guilty. But that's my opinion, and we will see what happens. But rest in peace, Suzanne Morphew. Justice for you will come very soon. Suzanne Clark Simpson's husband is also going to be going to another court appearance soon. So I'll make sure and give you updates on that as we go along in the following weeks. So we'll have more updates on Sandra, William Farwell, Suzanne Clark Simpson and her husband, and Barry Morphew and Suzanne Morphew. So those will be upcoming in the weeks to come. Now, something interesting happened that I shared with Julie and Shauna yesterday at about 8 o'clock. Amber Alert went off on my phone, and it said that a 17-year-old boy had been possibly shot and abducted by 4 men in a white van just 2 hours to my west, over in Dunellen, Florida, which is a very small town to the southwest of Ocala. Ocala's the town I've been talking about a lot, because that's near where Sarah Ebersol went missing 2.5 years ago, and she's still missing. The police still have never found her, and there's still no arrests made in her case. We've been advocating for where is Sarah Ebersol for a year now, over a year. And this happened just to the southwest, as I said, of Ocala, Dunellen. So all that went out was the Amber Alert that he had made a text message to his mother that he had been shot, and that there were 4 men in a white van. And then that was it. No more communication. This was yesterday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So the Amber Alert, interestingly enough, didn't go out till 8 o'clock last night. 4-hour lag time between supposedly this happening at approximately 4:15 p.m. Eastern time and the Amber Alert going out. I still don't know the answers to that as to why that took that long. Amber Alert because he's only 17. It's 18 and under for an Amber Alert. So all last night I was on media, social media, Twitter and Facebook, sharing things with people, talking with people in my area in Volusia County, Marion County, people that I know from the Sarah Ebersol case. We were all on together. Quite a few of Sarah's soldiers actually live in Dunellen area, including Sarah's sister lives in Dunellen, and she has a teenage child, so she may know this boy because supposedly he was either still a senior at Dunellen High School or he was taking college courses and going to high school. I'm not clear on that yet, but he was driving his father's truck. It was a red truck. His parents own a blueberry farm. It's a pick your own blueberry farm. They're well known in the community, well liked. He was supposedly well liked according to all these Facebook. I was just up all night long reading everything. I really couldn't sleep, worried sick about this kid. But something just wasn't sitting right with me, Julie and Shauna. And I told you guys that in a text message. I said, this is not sitting right with me. How did he have time if he was shot on a very, very busy road that goes through Dunellen? I've been on the road before. I have a friend that lives over there. If he was shot in his truck, he must have been on the side of the road, and 4 men in a white van took him, kidnapped him. How did he have time to text his mother? And the phone was then broken in 2. So I wasn't feeling good about it. It just wasn't adding up for me because, first of all, people were posting all kinds of crazy stuff. There was some rumor that because his father had employed Hispanic farm workers on his blueberry farm, that maybe there was a dispute with the father and that it was Hispanic men that kidnapped him. So then people in their craziness were going off on illegals and this, that, and the other, making it a political thing. And I was just beside myself. I couldn't believe all the nonsense I was reading and assuming this and assuming that. And remember, assuming makes an ass out of you and me, and especially in a potential kidnapping of a 17-year-old boy. Then everybody went off on trafficking. I'm like, no. Traffickers do not behave this way. They are not going to take a 17-year-old out of a truck on a busy 4-lane divided highway at 4:15 in the afternoon. That is just never, that's a 1 in a gazillion that would ever go down that way. So I was completely not agreeing with the whole trafficking logic. That made no sense to me. Now, was Sarah Ebersol trafficked? I still think that's possible because she just disappeared off the face of the earth and no one has ever seen her again. So there is that possibility in my mind for Sarah, but not for this young man. So I was just up half the night last night. I couldn't sleep. I was just trying to debate now, what could this be? What could this be? And then I started thinking, could this be a mental health situation? Could this young man be struggling in school? Or if he is going to college, is he struggling in college? Many freshmen in college struggle really badly with their mental health because it's such a huge adjustment. Or if he's a senior, maybe he's struggling with senior year, with the final year of school. I mean, none of it made sense to me. But one thing made sense to me is that I didn't believe this story. I just really didn't. So today I just kept refreshing what's happening. Well, lo and behold, there turns out to be video of this boy because a witness said they saw a boy matching his description on a bicycle with a backpack. So that led officers to start thinking, did he have a bicycle in the back of the truck? So they're looking at all the surveillance cameras. Well, he ends up being seen on a surveillance camera at the Walmart, and he's buying a tent. And he's got the bike with him. So it's hard to know, did he bring the bike in with him to the store so it wouldn't get stolen outside in the back of the, he wouldn't have had the truck anymore because he abandoned the truck. So did he bring the bike inside with him because he wouldn't have a bike lock? Or did he buy the bike at the store when he bought the tent? So then, but he's definitely clearly on video surveillance. And obviously they showed it to his family and it was confirmed that was definitely him. There was also a picture of him in the parking lot of this Walmart. So now that gets posted as an update at like 10 this morning. So now it's starting to swing. Did he fake his own abduction? Did he make up a story about 4 men in a white van that went crazy about people assuming that it was illegals or assuming that it was Hispanics? So that is what we were left with for the rest of the day. And then as the day proceeded, he was found in a wooded area not too far from Dunellen. I forgot the name of the town, one town over. And that's the last, because we've been live streaming now since I last checked, that I have on the information. But what a crazy, I mean, the case literally was 24 hours. It was 4:15 it happened and it was solved and he was found by 4:15 the next day. That's very rare in true actual kidnapping cases or abduction cases. And thank God he's okay. But it sounds like he needs some severe help. It's just a very bizarre case. I don't know if it made mainstream media. I don't know if any of you heard of it or not, but it spread like wildfire in Florida. I mean, even Shauna told me that she heard about it because the Amber Alert was also, it was all over the whole state of Florida. So that was quite something to watch that all happen in real time and to see all these comments, good and bad, all over the place on social media. It was quite a phenomenon, Julie.
Yeah. Whether or not it made mainstream media, I'm not sure, but I know that a person in Texas retweeted this. OB Olivia Benson had it out last night because I was looking and I saw the picture that you sent and it was like, oh wait, am I on Kat's feed? Being you, it was like, no, I'm on OB. What, her name's Kat too. So yeah, I mean, so people saw it, but yeah, it's very unusual. And we were talking earlier, and you said like, no, I would see this type of thing where it could be, mental health or something like that, related to, kids at that age, whether in college, whatever it was. But like with your experience, you could speak to it and say, yeah, this seems like, like they might go to this. Now, if they found him and this was something, I mean, something similar happened at up here at UMass Boston, where they either swatted or something, and they brought like the full force of Boston police, Mass State Police, helicopters, everything else. It sounds similar. And just to have it like, okay, like it's one thing to say like, okay, you're having like issues, but it's another thing to say, if you're having issues, you don't go ahead and do this where you have like the full basically army of all these police officers and use all these resources. They like
helicopters. They had
helicopters galore. Yeah. So
yeah.
It's
two different counties, Citrus County and Marion County, right, butt up against each other, and they both had helicopters in the air for hours and hours. So now some people were posting, shame on him. He shouldn't have done this. And I reacted to some of those with, hey, listen, never shame someone going through a mental health, because when you're going through a mental health crisis, you cannot, do not shame them. You could literally push them into unaliving themselves. They're already borderline there. If they're doing something as egregious as faking their own abduction. I mean, and making up a story about being shot and actually, I heard a rumor that there was actually a gunshot wound to the vehicle, to the truck, to his father's truck. I mean, if he literally did all of that to make it look like he was abducted, then he is crying out for help. And we should not be shaming someone who's crying out for help. We don't get to do that. We're not his parents. We're not the law. The law will decide if they're going to charge him with anything, but shaming him is a bad thing to do. And no one should ever do that. So I put that out there. I made a post of that today, because we have to try to talk people down, Julie. People that get all worked up and go literally off sideways on social media and start assuming things and blaming people and making racist comments and or any comments that are just not normal. Like, we have to have normal conversations. We have to keep a cool head when a tragedy happens. And we have to, if we want to help, like, social media can be great, because there were so many people saying, I'll come out and help search. I'll go help look. I can't just stay home. I'm only 5 miles away. I was so impressed with that. And I even considered today driving over there myself this morning to see if they were going to have, going through the parks over there and take Tanner and walk around. I considered it, but it was supposed to be 90 today and hotter over there. And with my own health concerns, I figured I'd be better off just to stay and be the keyboard warrior today and just keep sending out, keep reposting his picture and sending out updates. And thank God he was found. But people, you have to be more careful what you post on social media. It hurts people. It affects people. Then you stir other people up and then they get upset. And then you've got people fighting on sites that were meant to be helpful. And that is just not productive at all. We have
sure. But I mean, like, you don't want to set a precedent. Like, I mean, like, I've seen a lot of this in, since like, I don't want to bring up Charlie Kirk again, but with like all those similar incidents where it's like, well, now we're doing this. It's like, oh, you see, and it's like, oh, well, I can do something like this, like the swatting stuff, like that stuff that's dangerous. And like, if you look at it, it's like, oh, I could just do, like, oh, I have a problem, boom, I can get out of it like this. Like, okay, like, it's one thing to turn around and say, like, okay, if you're having issues, like, go get help for that. Like nothing's worth the permanent solution to
we need more love.
Turn around. Yeah, exactly. We need more love, but
we need more love in this world. No more hate.
But it's another thing to turn around and say, like, oh, I'll just go ahead and, SWAT and cause this whole thing. Because again, that's what happened at UMass Boston, where there was like a string of like 4 or 5 schools, and they got caught up with it. And again, that's right in the heart of Boston.
Right.
Well, not in the heart of Boston, but it's, cool in Boston. So you got Boston Police, Mass State Police. And that was like one of the very first times that something like that has happened, like, especially there. Like we rarely see stuff like that. And it seems like it's a trend. I just don't want that to be a trend, like, oh, I have a problem, or like, oh, I don't want to, well, like, again, I don't want to poo-poo it, but like, I don't want to see this to turn into like this thing where it's like, oh, we'll just make this like commonplace. No, this shouldn't be commonplace at all, because like, bad shit will happen.
Right.
Like, don't do that.
Thanks for discussing that with me. Yeah. It happened, like I said, so close to where I live, and I've been over there many times, and also very close to where the Sarah Ebersol disappearance happened. So my son and his friend were nice enough to post some more missing flyers of Sarah Ebersol because they've been hunting over there in the Ocala National Forest area at the public hunting grounds. So you just never know if somebody may recognize her or saw her or anything like that. So I'm really grateful to my son and his friend for posting those missing flyers for where is Sarah Ebersol. Her family still needs her to come home, whatever that looks like. So we'll keep advocating for Sarah. What was I just going to say? I was just going to now I'm getting brain fog because we've been live streaming for a long time. Shoot. I was just going to bring up something else that you and I had talked about earlier that we were going to mention tonight. And now it was just one ear and out, in one ear and out the other. In the back of my head. What'd you say?
The Sandra Birchmore stuff. I mean, I have the video. I can just play the audio if you want to listen to that. But there was that. There was what the frig was it? There was the stuff that what's his face, the body cam from the Karen Reed arrest stuff.
That's what I was going to mention to you. That was very interesting that it took so long to get the body cam. Now, body cam footage can be expensive to retrieve, even with a Freedom of Information rights request, a FOIA request. It can be very pricey. One of our victims' wives, they charged her, I got the hiccup, sorry. They charged her over $1,800, I believe, to get the police reports and the body cam footage of all of the interviews they did, because they charge you by hour of the court secretaries, the court administration that have in their office that have to put all this together for you. So they charge you by the hour for the book, the dispatch, or the book, the people that keep all the records. That's what I try to think. The records ladies, they are the ones who put all this together for you, and they charge. Every department charges different amounts. Now, when I checked into the Ellen Greenberg information, but then I ended up emailing with her mom, they were going to charge me $25 for all the police reports. That was it. But yet, Marion here, Volusia County was trying to charge our victim's wife over $1,800. So it's like, so I'd be curious. I wish I knew LTL Media. I would write to him and say, hey, how much did they charge you for all these body cam footage? Because typically it's quite expensive. And the time it took them is very interesting, because when you do a FOIA request, supposedly they're only supposed to have a certain amount of time to get you that information. So he said something about having made it over 6 months ago.
Yes. Yeah. So he made the request in March of 2025. It was right before the first trial, and it was 6 months. And then, wait a second. The math isn't mathing. I thought he said he made 2 requests, and it took it like 6 or 7 months, where like he made a request, and I think they had like 90 days to do something like that. But then he made another request because like something got screwed up or whatever it was. But anyways, like it took grand total because they asked, they're like, why is this coming out now? And he's like, well, I made the request back then, and I figured that it would be, right around the time the trial was going on. So we'll have something to, talk about or whatever it was. But then I got delayed because like they had to make redactions from stuff that had to come out. But I mean, well, all right. Like you want to talk about like leak stuff and like how you can get stuff. Both the prosecution and the defense had these files. It's just that somebody had to make a Freedom of Information Act if you wanted to get them publicly. So if you didn't get them from the prosecution and you didn't get them from the defense team, you had to make a request, publicly. Like if, like I was an entity, I would go to the Norfolk County DA or the Mass State Police, whoever it is, make FOIA request and get it that way, as opposed to like, call up and say like, hey, Care, you got that, photo from when Proctor made an, in my opinion, made an ass of himself, and the Mansfield cop had to cover his camera and said, hey, I'm still on, you might want to not talk like a shithead for a second. And
right.
So, yeah.
Well, here's an interesting thing, though, too, Julie, is in the case of John O'Keefe, it's a little tricky because Karen is free. She was found not guilty on the charges relating to John O'Keefe's death, but the case is still open now, because nobody's been arrested. And when a case is still open, if you request police reports, you're going to get redacted police reports. You're not going to get all the police reports. When I asked for the Sarah Ebersol police reports, out of 300 pages of police reports at the time I made the request, which was last fall, they sent me 31 pages of 300 some odd pages. And of those 31 pages, it was redacted all over the place. So that's a problem with what's going on right now. If we wanted to request all the police reports from the John O'Keefe homicide investigation, we wouldn't get much because his case is still technically open. His case cannot be closed because nobody has been found guilty. Nobody's arrested. And so his case is now, I could be wrong that the Massachusetts State Police closed his case, but I don't think so. And I'll dig into that and see if I can find out before next Friday Night Lives for you all. Have they closed John O'Keefe's case? And is it considered a cold case now because it's so long, so old? Some departments never close a case. It just goes into the cold case file. It's never, ever closed unless it's solved. Other departments will close a case and let another department take it over. Like, for instance, Florida Department of Law Enforcement could take over the Sarah Ebersol case if Dunellen said, if the Marion County Sheriff's Department says in writing, we can't solve this. We need help. We're going to close it here and let's give it to the Florida Department of Law can't step in and say, give me your case. The only way they can do that is if they feel there's corruption involved or police malfeasance. So in the John O'Keefe case, Massachusetts State Police could say, we need to recuse ourselves because of all these people that have gotten rehomed and fired and laid off. And somebody, then who would take it? Right? If the Massachusetts State Police can't investigate it, Canton can't investigate it, certainly not going to let Stoughton have it. That's for sure. Who would investigate the death of John O'Keefe? These are very important questions that people should be asking.
Well, so right after the first trial, Morrissey came out and said, nope, we're doing this again. Get ready. Here we go. Wind it back. Let's go. And Governor Maura Healey came out and said, well, and that's when they put Proctor on ice and whatever happened, he got terminated. Now he's going through the steps. But they found Colonel Noble. He made rearrangements and they tried the case again. Now, since the decision came out, Morrissey made a statement that's basically said the jury has spoken, or, they got their ruling. That's happening. And Governor Maura Healey made a statement saying, like, well, the jury did their job. The jury has spoken.
Right.
We're not doing and basically both of them kind of said the same thing where they're like, the jury has spoken. And then when they were asked of saying like, hey, are you going to reopen it? Like, there's no reason to reopen it. So, but if they were to reopen this and reinvestigate, it would be up to the Norfolk County DA's office to talk to the unit that's detective units that's affiliated with it, because that's how it works up here for whatever reason. There's Massachusetts State Police Barracks, and then there are detective units in each DA's office. So they would either recuse themselves and then hand it off to another DA's office, and they would have their detective unit take a look at it. So that's still a possibility, but that depends on what the Attorney General is going to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, the same thing's very similar in the Ellen Greenberg case, which isn't even a case because it's closed. Because they ruled her death and unaliving herself, but her parents have since won a lawsuit, and now we're waiting for that to go back to court in October as well to see if they're finally going to get the answer from the current medical examiner that she definitely did not unalive herself. Then the question is, who is going to investigate her death after all these years since 2011? It can't be the Philadelphia police because they absolutely screwed it up in the first place, and they already recused themselves. And then another community nearby started to look into it, but then they chose not to. They said there wasn't any evidence that was there to go forward. So it's a conundrum. It's a conundrum now. Now, if they can prove that the Philadelphia police made colossal mistakes and that those mistakes involved corruption, then the FBI could come in and investigate the death of Ellen Greenberg. So we'll find out more. There's a lot we're going to find out in October. October is a big month for all of the people we've been advocating for the past year: Suzanne Morphew, Suzanne Clark Simpson, Sandra Birchmore, Alan Greenberg. There is a lot of court. Anna Walsh. They're all going to court in October. Everybody's got updates. So this is going to be a big update month for court hearings for all of these beautiful humans that we've been advocating for. So next Friday, Julie, let's take a look at those. I'd like to take a look with you and with all of you. I'd like to look at those body cams of Karen's arrest.
Yes, because we have a police officer to go over them.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to see them. I'd like to give you my honest opinion on how I thought the police treated her and how she was handled. And obviously, I've been in on arrest, so I know what the protocol is. Every department has certain protocol, but it's standard for the most part for all law enforcement agencies. It has to be. So I would like to look at those, and I'll send LTL a little thank you for requesting those. Well, yes, we have to be nice. He was good enough to share him on his channel. So the only way I can look at him is to go on his channel. So I will be glad to thank him for that fair use. And I'd like to go over them with you. I know people have made various comments about, oh, the cops did this and the cops treated her this way and they did that and that. But I don't always assume cops are bad, you guys. Do I think Proctor's bad?
Nor
yes.
should we. Nor should we.
You should never assume all cops are bad, because they're not. There are still really good people out there who want to be police officers, who go through the police academy, who get onto their departments, and they do a really great job. They're everywhere. There's bad cops everywhere too, but they're not as many. It just feels like it sometimes. It seems like it sometimes. And I know here in Florida right now, with the dealings I've had with both of the cases, and now there's a third case I've been working on here in Florida, it's very frustrating because a lot of it is this very much of this feel of a good old boys network. And a couple of the meetings I went to at the sheriff's departments, I felt kind of treated in a condescending manner. I didn't feel completely respected. And that was weird. I wasn't used to that. I mean, when I was in Madison and I would go to meetings and meet other people from other agencies, I always felt very respected. So it was very odd to have this kind of condescending nature put towards me from what I interpret to be over here. And many people talk about it on social media, very much of a good old boys network down here with sheriffs. And there have been, Marion County Sheriff has been under investigation several times for very bad behavior and very low solvability rate of crimes. And there's so many missing people in Florida. It makes my head spin some days when I go and check up on varying missing people and how long their cases have gone unsolved. It's somewhat shocking. But the overall clearance rate in the USA of homicide cases is only roughly 52%. Now, it might be a little higher now. That was a number that I looked up a good 8 months ago. Now I'll have to reinvestigate that, do some more research on that. But it is scary, really, how it's like 50-50 that we can solve cases where someone's been unalived and people actually do get away with it, like they do in the movies and in books and such. And that's never a good thing. We want to have as high of a solvability rate as we possibly can when someone's life has been taken from them. So let's plan to do that. Oh, my son just got home. There's going to be a barkathon. Let's plan to do that, Julie, if that's okay with you. We'll have lots of updates for you as well that Julie will find out for us from our Massachusetts cases, and I'll keep you posted on the other cases down here in Florida. And there's one in Wisconsin I'm going to tell you about next week as well. Very alarming. A young man from Canada, and I'll find out more information and share that with you next Friday. He was, this happened just this week. He was on a golf outing with his family in a town in Wisconsin where they have this beautiful golf course that's on the PGA Tour. It's called Whistling Pines or something like that. It's in Sheboygan. It's near Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin, right on near Lake Michigan. And he had been out for dinner. He'd gotten a hole-in-one. There was a picture of him celebrating his hole-in-one. He was out for dinner with his family. He walked back to his hotel and he was shot and killed. And there's very little information. There was no suspects. The last time I checked, his family is broken. The rest of the family is coming down from Canada to Wisconsin. So that's my home state. And you guys know I go back and forth all the time. So I will find out more about that and give you an update on that next Friday. And then we also, like I said, upcoming, we're going to meet a retired forensic investigator from South Carolina. She was part of SLED, which is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Department, and she worked on a homicide of a woman named Linda Cope in 1981, and it was never solved. There was not proper DNA evidence that they could use to arrest the person that they think did it. The person they think did it, I have met and had conversations with his stepdaughter, and now she's in conversations with the daughter of Linda Cope. And so I'm hopefully going to have all of them on a live stream in the next week or two to tell you about the tragic death of Linda Cope and what happened in that investigation. And Rita will definitely be coming on. Kelly will be coming on, the stepdaughter, and possibly the daughter of Linda Cope. So this would be a very interesting session if you're interested in cold cases, unsolved cases, and hearing from a retired forensic investigator who was a woman officer in the 70s, which was very rare. So I'm not looking forward to talking about it because we wish Linda could have lived, but to honor Linda, my life mattered. We will talk about her case in a couple of weeks. As soon as I get a confirmed date, I'll put it up on our live stream. So there's another case that was brought to my attention through someone from the Free Karen Read movement. And this happened in Boston 13 years ago. A man was convicted of a shooting and he was put in jail, and he's been in jail for 13 years. This woman from the Free Karen Read movement reached out to him, and he's been conversing with her. They are trying to get into appeal. They are trying to appeal his case. He's actually had expert witnesses look at the evidence, and Dr. Lapasato, who Julie loves, was one of those experts who weighed in that the trajectory of the bullet and the way where they said he supposedly was doesn't match up. So I have to continue to dig into this case a little bit, and then I shared it on my social medias, but I will dig into it a little more, find out more information, and we will talk a little bit about that case next Friday night as well, and then anything else that Julie wants to bring with her updates we'll have. So we'll have another full Friday Night Lives for you next Friday, which will be officially the first Friday of October. Welcome to fall. Anything else for tonight, Julie?
I mean, I'm still shook about the Fed stuff, but now it seems like more shit's coming out. Like I didn't see the turtle thing that you showed with Brother Counsel and that, but I don't know. Did something drop online? Because I don't know. I don't want to say anything, but I mean, JFK just went live and was like, TB is recording calls and putting stuff out from Karen Read. And is Karen Read recording calls? What the Christ is going on? Okay, anyways, that's the last moment. Bye, everybody. We'll see you next week with no breaking news whatsoever.
Oh, that's right. We'll see you next week with no breaking news whatsoever. That won't happen.
Oh my God!
Never happened in the history of Friday Night Lives since.
What the hell is going on?
It's all a crazy
oh my
shit
God.
Involving everything to do. And again, let's bring it all back. And I don't want to put up the deck and show you the picture of John O'Keefe because we had technical issues tonight with StreamYard. But let's remember, rest in peace, John O'Keefe. My life mattered is what he's telling us from heaven, because we know John's in heaven. And we need to figure out, we all have to continue to advocate for John O'Keefe. We can't forget him. He deserves to have justice, however that looks, even if it's just simply finally getting his family to realize that they've been wrong all this time, even if the evidence is gone and we can't arrest anybody. That's a very high probability because they screwed up the case so bad with their terrible police investigation, which was on purpose, by the way. I will never, ever let anyone convince me, and that includes every single anti-Free Karen reader. You're welcome to come on my channel and debate me. There is no way you're ever going to convince me that the police did that and they were just bad at their jobs. No police are that bad at their jobs, ever. They were told what to do. That was a crime that was being committed by the police by planting the taillight, by lying about everything to do with that case. So John deserves better. But if we can't get enough evidence, if another agency can't come in and investigate this and get evidence that's more than circumstantial, which is all there really is now because of this massive cover-up that went on, whether you all want to believe it or not, there's no other explanation for what happened to John O'Keefe. He was in a fight with either both the Bryans and possibly Colin, or Colin just witnessed it. There's got to be a reason why they did not want Colin in that house. Now, people have been debating all day long now, ever since the news came out, that she's suing the Brian and the Nicole and the Jen and
maybe
and sorry, MCAT, we got to circle around to MCAT's question. Still have it on the screen.
She might be suing. She didn't file anything.
Might be suing, but if people are saying, oh, well, she didn't name Colin, she's not suing Colin, so obviously they've given up, they don't think anything to do with it. I don't think that's the case. I don't think they don't think he had anything to do with it. I think it's possible that he witnessed it, and that's why they it's too much, you guys. If he didn't witness it, if he truly wasn't there, then why would you keep him excluded so much from the conversation? It was too much of a, it was just too much. It doesn't add up. The 1 + 1 = 2 does not add up. Now, I'm not saying he delivered the blow or even any of the blows, but I do think he was there. I think he was waiting for his ride, and he was talking to the Bryans in the garage, and John came up. They saw him about to go in the other door. They called him into the garage, and Higgy was flared up and drunk, and punches started going. And I do believe Colin witnessed it. I could be wrong. This is just my expert opinion as a former law enforcement, and my social worker psyche is telling me that they would never have made such a big deal out of Colin leaving the house at 12:10. I don't think Colin left the house at 12:10. I think he was waiting for his ride, and I think he was in the wrong place at the wrong time and witnessed something he did not want to witness. There's no question for me in my mind. And the Bryans laying blows on John, it's what happened. There's no other explanation for his wounds. And I hope it'll all come out. What are you eating over there? I hear people eating things. I hear doggies eating things. What are you eating, doggies? I always have to check when it gets late like this, and we've been live streaming so long, they get bored with me and they get into stuff. So anyway, we will continue to advocate for John O'Keefe, bringing it back full circle. John O'Keefe is our main focus now. He is a victim of a crime. He was unalived by the hands of someone else. That's what we do here. We advocate for victims of crime who have no justice. So we will continue to advocate for John O'Keefe. We'll continue talking about why we think he does, who did it and why they did it and why we think they did it. And then we'll continue to cover everything else that's happening in Massachusetts. I don't know how so much can happen in one state, but it is.
Massachusetts.
And it's been going on
anywhere. It's going to get crazy. And this is
and now we have this horrific unaliving of this young man in Wisconsin. So we get to add my home state, and we've got these cases I'm working down here in Florida with the families, 3 of them that are still not solved down here in Florida. So it's just always something, and we're going to keep. It'll always be something. Remember, 3 women a day are unalived by their husbands, boyfriends, fiancés, or exes. So since we met last time, that was 7 days ago. Do the math. 7 times 3 is 21. 21 women who were alive are no longer here because they were in a volatile domestic violence relationship. There's other things that happened this week that we don't even know about, other crimes, other people that were unalived by family members, by friends, bar fights that we don't even know about because they never make the mainstream media. And I'd literally have to go and contact every police department in America to find out what happened in their community this week to find some of these cases. They're impossible to find because there's so many. And that's the sad existence right now of the state of affairs here in America with violence. So we need to keep advocating. That's what we do here. I'm grateful for all of you for following us, for joining our channel, for being part of Social Change Warriors, for advocating for people whose lives have been taken by the hands of someone else. Thank you so much. And to answer your question, MCAT, I think we'll get to that next week because it's probably pretty deep. My feelings on that, I don't know. I mean, I want to see it. I would like to see it proved that they nefariously covered up who the true culprits are in the death of John O'Keefe, and I'd like to see them prosecuted and go to jail. Civil suits to me are, I don't know. I don't understand them completely. They feel like a false victory of sorts, that if you didn't get the conviction, so if you get the conviction in court, are you still going to sue? Are you still going to sue him civilly for money? I mean, I don't know. I don't understand it completely, the whole civil suit thing. I always think people are way too sue happy in this nation, and I'm not a big fan of suing people civilly. What are you chewing on? Stand by. What are you chewing on? What did you get?
Uh-oh.
You little stinker. You don't have anything, do you, Zeus? No. Zeus is a good boy. Zeus decided to climb in my bed and watch football, but little man got something that he wasn't supposed to have. I knew he was chewing on something. Luckily, it was nothing super important. But anyway, I'm just not a fan of Sybil. I don't think you should sue your friends. I just don't believe in it. Handle it like adults. Handle it outside of court. And especially in this case where the jury found her not guilty, but they're still trying to go after her for money because they want to blame her and the bars, when John, being of sound mind and body, a grown adult who was known to go out and party quite frequently, chose to go bar hopping. I mean, first of all, I think it's egregious that they're suing the bars. Everybody could sue the bars if anything happened to any of us. When we make a choice to go out and do something, that's our choice. When you make a choice to drive drunk and not leave your keys with the bartender or not give your keys to a friend, call a cab, phone home. Don't drive your car to a bar in the first freaking place. Why do people do this, Julie? Take a fucking cab, people. If you're going to drink alcohol, every one of those people that night should have known better. They were all grown ass adults. They all were driving drunk. Give me a break. All of them were over 0.08. There's no doubt about it. They were out in that bar drinking for 3 some hours. It takes 1 hour for your liver to detox an 8-ounce glass of wine, a 12-ounce can of beer, and a 1-ounce shot of alcohol. And that's average alcohol, not any super high proof. That could take a little longer. 1 hour. So if you've had 3 beers in 1 hour, do the math. That's 3 hours before your liver can detox all of that. And that's also dependent on your weight, your body mass, how much fat is in your body, and if you're a man or a woman. These are all important factors that go into drinking and driving. And all of those people that night that were driving shouldn't have been driving. And that's just the facts. And so them suing the bar, there's my rant. Suing the bars, I think, is ridiculous, egregious. I would assume, I think, Julie, you mentioned to me that you think the bars are going to settle and not go to a jury trial.
Yeah. So based on
Pat.
Yeah.
Night.
So, well, yeah. We'll see you next week. But I mean, it seems like things.
Wait a second. MCAT says TB went live.
Yeah, he went live on an impromptu talk about Joe Flipperhead for some reason. So he was on while this was on. I guess so. JFK was talking about it. Like shit's fucking crazy. This is just crazy. Where's Rose nefarious purple and red flag dance that she did at the other trial? Because we gotta talk about that too. Like we could do other shit with that with Rose other stuff. But holy Jesus Christ, we need Rose red flags.
Well, I don't even know. I know that Joe Flipperhead and Purple Kool-Aid guy on Twitter were having a Twitter war, but I don't know nothing about that. I tried to
this seems like some shit's about to hit the fan, and I don't know if the FBI Fed stuff came out, but like apparently they're airing all sorts of like who recorded who and who's showing screen text. Like I don't know what the fuck's going on, but JFK is going to play some of it, and I mean we have the ability to go get that, so I don't know.
I know what I was going to mention to you all. There was another really sad occurrence, and I can't remember what state it was in now. I'll have to get more information for you for next week. It was very bizarre. So 3 people were missing. One of them was found. One of them was the male was found shot and killed, and they arrested the person who was in his 60s who shot the 31-year-old male, and the mother. His wife and his child were missing. They didn't know it was wife and child. They thought it was just possibly his partner who he was living with and her child. It was a baby. And they were found separated from this father. The father turned out to be her husband and the father of the baby. 3 of their other children live in the Dominican Republic. And what the police put out was that the person who unalived the father, the 31-year-old father, was not the same person who unalived the mother and the baby. So that's really deep and convoluted and horribly sad. And then, of course, but social media, the minute they saw the post, they went crazy and started saying electric chair. Why did he kill a baby? Why did he kill the mother? And none of them read. Like people don't read. The person clearly posted that law enforcement had already cleared him of the mother and the baby's unaliving. But then people went wacko wild on social media. Again, it's just people, please, first of all, read consistently, read thoroughly before you decide to go crazy on your keyboard. Think about what you're going to say. Be careful what you say. Don't say things that could get you in trouble or could possibly get someone coming after you. It's a scary world out there. So I'll find out more information on that case. That's brutally sad. And if it is a domestic, if the father unalived the mother and the baby, and then the uncle or the relative, maybe he's a relative, I don't know. They had very little information out about it. Then unalived him for doing the dastardly deed to the mother and the baby. It's another domestic. So again, we get 3 a day in this country, which is atrocious and horrific. So that's a very bizarre case that's going to probably make the mainstream media just due to the nature of it. Again, there'll be something else by the time we get together again next Friday. But thank you to all of you that actually care about following true crime, caring about advocacy for the victims, and caring about supporting their families through advocacy because of your interest in the law and of the process of the law involving true crime. So I'm really honored to be able to live stream with my good friend and my Friday night co-host, Julie. You'll see us on some Wednesdays and some Thursdays, depending on my caseload and what I'm covering. I'll always post on our channel well in advance when we're going to be living next, if it's a Wednesday or Thursday, but we'll be here always on Fridays unless there's a holiday that we have to postpone for. Any last parting words, Julie, before we say goodnight?
Good night, everybody. Let's go figure out what the fuck is going on online. Bye.
Julie's gonna update us next week, and I'll have to
already got JFK on. Shout out JFK.
So JFK is live. Turtle Boy's live. There's got to be something major going on.
Auntie Deb's live, but I guess he's showing movies. I don't know what's going on. Who the hell knows? Like Sean says, who the hell knows?
Right. Who the hell knows? There's all kinds of stuff going on. Well, thanks to everybody for joining us tonight. I appreciate all of you that were live with us on Friday Night Lives. Thank you to Replay. Appreciate you all. And remember, all of our victims that we're advocating for are telling us my life mattered, and we will continue to advocate for them. Thank you, Julie, for being such a terrific co-host, and we will see you back here next Friday night. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Oh, and one last thing, and I don't get to, well, shoot, I'm gonna take a wrist and add it to the stage because I wanted to show you guys one more thing. Stand by. A friend of mine who was a Wisconsin Badger football player, when I was a police officer, he passed away this week, and I don't know what the circumstances are yet. Bill Ferrario, he was 47 years old. He's the one in the red here on the left. He was on the Rose Bowl, double Rose Bowl team. The Badgers won back-to-back Rose Bowls in 99 and 2000 with Heisman Trophy winner Ron Dane, who's actually also a casual friend of mine. I met all these guys because I was a police officer at the time for University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I was able to do overtime work at the Camp Randall at their games, and sometimes got to escort the team onto the field or was in the tunnel where the team goes through, and then just seeing them around the campus and having interactions with them. He actually, my mother met him. What a great guy. What a great man. He worked with youth in youth football camps around Wisconsin, and he was originally from, I believe, Pennsylvania area. If I'm wrong on that, I'll correct myself next week, but rest in peace, Bill. I am so sorry. You're just a wonderful human. And rest in peace to Rudy Johnson, another great guy. Come here, Tanner. I'll take you out. Sorry, Tanner's ready to go out. Another great football player who it sounds like apparently unalived himself at age 45. I can't help but think, come here, Tanner. I can't help but think that was from, possibly the traumatic brain injuries that these football players are constantly dealing with, the professional players and college players. It just breaks my heart. So many condolences to both these families of Bill Ferrario and Rudy Johnson. And Tanner is telling us that it's time to say goodnight. So thank you, everyone. My life mattered, and we will be back next week, same channel, same time, Friday Night Lives at 8 o'clock. Take care, everyone. Good night. Thank you all.
try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm, calling out corruption.